she goes there. I don't understand that at all.
And then also have it. They were completely on like a.
Sean Fraser on the left, tall guy. Dominic LeBlanc. LeBlanc and Fraser. You see it? It's sharp. I can see it. I can see far. I just can't read. Just can't read. And the glasses to read.
No, well, I've got both. I have the same freaking lens. You see me get dizzy around the stairs? Guess what?
I can't tell you who the ladies are.
Oh, the ones that go back to
There's a good one.
survive.
Stay close.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Content de voir Laurence. Nice to see you.
I'm feeling great.
Ensoleillé, c'est bon. Bonjour. Hey, comment ça va? T'es réveillé tôt ce matin, Christian. Toujours, comme vous. Bonjour.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, they all look up at the same time.
Left-hand side, Sean Fraser. Far right-hand side, Dominic LeBlanc.
Ooh, I want that hot pink laser. So if you go in for the swearing in, you won't be able to push any of those things out, right?
I'm going to.
In the room?
I don't need everybody. Right? I'm just going to be a PS. In your case, get to everybody in case they want it.
Well, I don't know if I'll go in because they're not expecting me to be able to go in. So I'm thinking it makes more sense for me to I don't know.
Probably.
Is that what you're doing?
I'm not trying to get into the swearing in stuff. Cool stuff. They're sending cool to the desk anyway. Is it cool?
Yeah.
That's what they said. They always say that and I find out it's not. Actually, well, it is because Chris is sending to the Bloomberg desk and CP. I got CP doing it too. So I get all your stuff, or just Justin's stuff.
Sean Fraser, far right.
Poured it out. Yeah.
Jolie?
Yes.
Maybe just one guy.
Oh no, they're different.
They're different?
Yeah.
Definitely more of a
Jolie.
Why do you have to show up for security?
Yeah, I know, right?
Where's the RCMP right behind him? RCMP, move away. Move away.
Well, look up.
soft. Huh? Mine's a tad bit soft.
It's a tad bit soft at 400?
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Millimeter will be center.
Yeah, so mine will start stuttering at like 400 and I like think a little too much.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why.
How do I do center? Millimeter will be center right. And rent second top.
Yeah. A smoking jacket.
4 months too late.
I don't know why it's
It's probably because you're Tinseltown store in the neighborhood. Every time I walk by that store,
We'll be late
they're
outside.
all year round.
the little the two guys outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right after.
You went in full or half?
Last night was a trail run from our run through out at the Mississippi Brewery in the West
Oh
End.
no, there's more coming.
So how are you getting for it?
Oh, I'm just probably 220. Somewhere in there. I am not a fast runner. I'll never pretend to be. I run fast.
Oh yeah. Physical activity is good for the brain.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes me feel good just to be active. I've already raised over $1,000 for the Rideau Hospital.
Oh, that's free. Let me see here.
Little people. And right there.
Freeland in the middle. Freeland.
Who?
Freeland.
Freeland.
You sure?
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Didn't she like win captain?
I don't know, she wasn't supposed to be in, then she was.
Adam, what's his name? Right?
Vancouverton.
Yeah.
He's a thrower.
Adam, I hardly recognize you with a tie on.
How are you guys feeling?
Wonderful. It's a great day for Canada. Great day for Canada.
Ginty,
Champagne.
champagne, McGinty,
They're all the time people order the Canada.
What happened to family afterwards?
They had no family last week.
They had no family?
Nope.
That's dark.
The family's still probably stuck in the parking lot. They can't get in yet.
Comment ça va, Monsieur Champagne?
What's the mood today? Hey, listen. A new beginning. This is good. Ça va bien. Ça fait plaisir de vous voir. Ça va bien, ça va bien. Ça va bien. Ça va très bien.
Oui.
On est toujours prêts. Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Bonjour, bonjour. Merci. Merci de nous accueillir. Ça fait plaisir. Ça fait plaisir de vous voir. Plaisir de vous voir. Hey, nice to see you.
I know the name and I
Not recognizable.
he also
Is that Steve McKinnon?
McKinnon went in already.
McKinnon went in?
I heard you captioned him.
Oh, John.
He was he in the first group? I think he was in the first group.
you away? No, you're on auto.
I said Steve McKinnon?
Yeah, he was on the left. Yeah. McKinnon.
See, this is why I'll never make snap.
No, that's not why you'll never make sense.
Yeah, there you go. Hi.
Hang on.
Ready to get the thumbs up was just back there.
Oh, they did?
Terry Dion, how are you, brother?
Donc, Alain, on va y mettre.
Oh, is Carney coming from that way?
Oh, here comes another big group.
Great to be on this side of it.
Another angle of. Yeah. Okay.
sans responsabilité.
Qu'est-ce que ça représente cette journée-là pour les familles?
Beaucoup de potentiel, d'opportunités, d'espoir. Ça commence. À bientôt.
It's on fire.
Long lens again.
He's on fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Shway.
About the Oilers. Up 3-1. Actually was
WD-40 or something? Yeah. They're not an issue, but they are slow.
There's Terry. That's Terry. Terry will give us a nod when it's done.
Pulls the snorkel, shows up on a jet ski.
On a river that runs their own way.
Yeah.
That was so funny. This river is running south just like all our professionals.
I've forgotten that.
Well, the river runs north. Oh, oh, oh. That was so funny. Scotty. What'd you get? Okay. 2 minutes.
Rollerblades and goalie pads.
The Oilers jersey would be an interesting touch. Okay. Terry's walking fast.
Exactly. 3 seconds.
How are you feeling today?
Quoi le message?
Ready to go.
Lots of changes, eh?
Le message en français.
Beaucoup à faire.
Comment vous vous sentez?
That's all sure.
Well, good morning as we begin this day with a look at Rideau Hall, the grounds of Rideau Hall just moments ago. And you see there Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, walking towards Rideau Hall from Rideau Cottage. An important day in this country's history as the Governor General swears in Canada's 30th cabinet. This will be the second time Mark Carney names his own executive council, his first since winning an electoral mandate from the Canadian people just 2 weeks ago. And again, this was just moments ago. People asking questions of Mr. Carney as he goes in without answering any of their questions. But today we will find out who Mr. Carney chooses to be in the front benches of his team as we keep a very close eye on Rideau Hall as the doors close there to the hall itself. Of course, the residence of the Governor General as we zoom out of what again will be the very important day here in this country as we find out who Mr. Carney will name to his Executive Council. And to that, hello everyone, I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us here today on CPAC for special coverage of today's ceremony. And joining us today are Geneviève Tellier, une politologue avec l'Université d'Ottawa, Laurie Turnbull, right beside her, political science professor with Dalhousie University, Robert Russo, Canadian correspondent for The Economist, is also joining us today, former parliamentary bureau chief for the Canadian Press and the CBC, and my co-host for today, Catherine Lafrance. So, you know, Catherine, we were just here a month ago or 2 months ago covering the first swearing in, and we really got a glimpse as to how Mark Carney wanted to govern. This time around, we're going to get a real idea of what his government will mean going forward, because from all indications, this will be a very different cabinet than the ones we've seen from Mr. Trudeau. So to that, I do wonder, qu'est-ce que tu vas surveiller aujourd'hui?
Hello Michael, je vais surveiller plusieurs choses. Premièrement, tous les nouveaux visages dans toutes les provinces, ça risque d'être intéressant. Voir qui va faire, quel député du Québec, quel candidat du Québec va faire son entrée au Conseil des ministres. Également, est-ce que quelqu'un va hériter du fameux dossier des langues officielles? Ça va être important à surveiller. Et est-ce que ce cabinet ministériel respectera la parité? C'est une grande question également.
Yeah, absolutely. A big question. So a lot of things we'll be watching out for. And of course, as the desk is here, we will have a larger conversation in a moment. But I do want to point out the fact that we're not alone here at the desk, because at Rideau Hall, we are joined by CPAC's Andrew Thompson, watching all the comings and goings already before this ceremony itself, Andrew. And, you know, good morning to you. A lot to walk through, because we saw some familiar faces and some big names walking into Rideau Hall just moments ago. Tell us about that.
That's right, Michael. Over the past half hour, we did see the cabinet arriving before the Prime Minister arrived, and there are a lot of new faces, about 24. So let's go through some of who we've seen arrive. And we're going to start with some of those new faces. Let's start in British Columbia. Former Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson is here, along with newly elected MPs Stephanie McLean, Jill McKnight, along with MPs Randeep Sarai and Stephen Fuhr. Alberta, a lot of questions about who might represent the province in cabinet from that province. We did see Eleanor Olszewski, elected in Edmonton Centre, arrive. From Saskatchewan, another province that did not have any representation in cabinet recently, we do have Buckley Belanger, a newly elected MP. From Manitoba, we saw Rebecca Chartrand arrive, also a newly elected MP. And from the Northwest Territories, Rebecca Alty. Let's shift to the province of Ontario, where there are a number of new faces we've seen arriving here at Rideau Hall, including Evan Solomon, the former broadcaster, Tim Hodgson, another name that was widely reported to be entering cabinet, as well as some MPs that we have seen in parliamentary secretary roles for quite a number of years, Adam Van Coverden and Julie DeBruzen. Meanwhile, in the province of Quebec, we are seeing some new names arrive as well. Nathalie Provost coming here to Rideau Hall, along with Mandy Gull-Masti, Marjorie Michel, and Anna Gainey. Now, let's talk about the Atlantic provinces. From PEI, Heath MacDonald will be that province's representative in cabinet. We saw him arrive, along with, interestingly, from New Brunswick, Wayne Long. He was one of the key critics of Justin Trudeau's leadership last year, the MP from St. John. He has arrived and will be entering cabinet. From Nova Scotia, we did see Sean Fraser, a former minister, arrive, so he is re-entering cabinet. We also saw Lena Metlej-Diab. So those are the new faces we're seeing, at least most of them anyway. In terms of some of the key returning cabinet faces we've seen arrive, well, Chrystia Freeland is here, Melanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, Francois-Philippe Champagne, David McGuinty, some of those names who have been key on key economic files and on the Canada-U.S. relationship. And now we're just waiting to see where all the pieces fall in terms of who's going to be in which portfolio, Michael.
Yeah, where the pieces fall, because as you named some of the more prominent people elected in the last election to Parliament, we also saw people like Gary Nandasangri walk through, Patty Haidu, Chrystia Freeland. So some familiar names, some new names, which we were told is the expectation for this cabinet. And you know, very quickly before we're done here, Andrew, I asked Catherine what she'll be watching out for today. What will you be looking for from your vantage point at Rideau Hall?
Well, certainly who's taking on those key portfolios on the economy, on the U.S. file, but also the structure of cabinet, because the Prime Minister's office has signaled there is going to be a bit of a change. There's going to be close to 30 key core ministers and then another 10 secretaries of state. The Carney government bringing back that former title. These secretaries of state will assist the core ministers. They're going to be part of the Privy Council, but not at cabinet all the time. So that's something I'm especially watching for, is to see how those new Secretary of State titles break down and how they're going to interact with these more, I guess you could call it, senior members of the cabinet.
Okay, well, listen, we'll speak again a little later, but for now, CPAC's Andrew Thompson in front of Rideau Hall. And let's bring in our panel right now to get their thoughts on this important day. Rob, I'll begin with you, because, you know, as we've already noted, we were told to expect a newer cabinet where more than half would be faces most Canadians have not seen before, names most Canadians are not familiar with. But how important is it for Mark Carney at this moment in time to strike this note of difference, given that he's already won a mandate despite the criticisms thrown at him that, you know, same team, same old government?
Why did he win a mandate? Why did he win the leadership? He did it because he turned his back on 10 years of Liberal dogma in many instances, turned his back on 10 years of government spending. He won because he was able to either appropriate a change by some light-fingered larceny when it came to the Conservative platform, or by incarnating change by suggesting he was going to be very different. If he were to come back with the same old cabinet, that would be a negation of why he was elected, a negation of the mandate people gave him in essence. So he has to incarnate change, and he has a free hand to do it. Without Mark Carney, the Liberal government would probably have come back with between 40 and 60 seats. Nobody who was, let's say, ejected from cabinet, and I started making a list of those people we hadn't seen. There's some notable people, but they all owe their seats to Mark Carney. If they were reelected, they owe their seats to him. So there are not a lot of people who can say, I'm really mad at him because he didn't put me in government. A lot of them wouldn't be in government without him. So he doesn't owe anybody. He has two huge priorities from what I can see. The first priority for any Prime Minister in Canada, given our regional distinctions, is national unity. There is a national unity threat, a burgeoning one in Western Canada now. That has to be dealt with. I don't think he's going to be able to deal with it in this cabinet from what I've seen of the people going in, which means he's going to have to take on that role as a native Albertan himself. The other priority immediately that he has to deal with is national prosperity. Both of those priorities are threatened by Donald Trump. National unity is threatened by Donald Trump, national prosperity. So his team dealing with Trump is very, very important. Now, in terms of those who are sitting at home and probably very disappointed right now, I think Karina Gould, Jonathan Wilkinson. I didn't see Bill Blair going up there. I don't know if anybody else saw
Bill Blair either.
Yeah. So there are a lot of cabinet heavyweights from the Trudeau era who are going to be sitting at home and probably disappointed that the phone didn't ring over the weekend.
Okay, listen, I'll rewind to that in a moment because I think the who's not there is certainly a point of discussion to be had. But let's stay with this idea of striking a different tone, Laurie. How, you know, we heard what Rob had to say about the importance of striking a different tone for the Prime Minister with this cabinet. What would you say to that?
I agree with everything Rob said. I mean, he couldn't come back with the same team and make it look like nothing had changed, and the only thing that changed was him, even though he's the big change. Like, to me, the focal point is Mark Carney. And there's a lot of interest, of course, always in who's going to be in what position in cabinet, but he's the one who has the mandate, who has completely revived the Liberal project in a very short period of time, when, as Rob said, they were walking into a messy situation until Trudeau left and Carney came on. And so what's interesting is going to be interesting to me is how does he actually govern? Like, what's going to be the style of governance? Is he going to take this on like a kind of CEO where he delegates things to ministers? They're very responsible for what they're going to do. They have to come back to him with a result. Is he going to bring things closer to him? What's going to be the style in terms of how he runs cabinet meetings? I mean, of course, we're not sitting inside those rooms, but I think his approach to governance is going to be extremely different than Trudeau's. Trudeau was the let's have everybody around the table, everybody is equal, everybody gets to talk to every issue in cabinet, whether they're the minister or not. And I just don't see Carney following that same blueprint. So we'll find out some of this stuff today, but I think it'll take a little while longer to see how his cabinet will actually work.
Well, and I think we also have an early indication because, you know, unlike past cabinets, not a lot has actually leaked out as to who's going to be. Like, a lot of our speculation has to do with the fact that of who we've seen in the last 30 minutes walk up to Rideau Hall before we went on air. So really, it's a tighter ship already than what was there before. But, you know, Rob was talking about, you know, the Liberal project, people jumping onto it. And of course, we saw Quebec do that, the Bloc Québécois essentially losing votes to the Liberals in Quebec. So in terms of how important or why it is important for the Prime Minister in this moment, Catherine, to strike a different tone, what would Geneviève say about that as well?
Oui, je suis vraiment d'accord avec nos collègues. Évidemment, il a besoin de faire table rase presque par rapport à l'ancien gouvernement, ça c'est sûr. Il faut qu'il démontre qu'il va gouverner avec un nouveau cabinet ministériel. Cependant, est-ce qu'on peut, dans une période d'incertitude comme celle-là, je ne sais pas si vous allez être d'accord avec moi, Geneviève, est-ce qu'on peut tout changer? Sûrement pas, d'autant plus qu'il y a dans les anciens ministres des députés du Québec. Je pense à Mélanie Joly, je pense à Stephen Guilbeault, bon, etc., Champagne. Donc ça, c'était des piliers, en particulier Champagne et Joly. Est-ce qu'il pourra s'en débarrasser? Je ne suis pas sûre, Geneviève. Et on sait qu'il doit beaucoup au Québec parce que c'est en partie grâce au Québec que Carney a obtenu sa victoire. Donc, est-ce qu'il va conserver ces ministres-là? On imagine que oui.
On imagine que oui, puis il y en a certains qu'on a vus déjà arriver à Rideau Hall, alors ça nous donne une indication qu'ils seront là. Le changement dans la continuité, oui, je suis d'accord avec ce qui a été dit pour ce qui est du changement, mais en même temps, ça nous prend quelques personnes qui ont de l'expérience. Il ne faut pas oublier que Mark Carney n'a pas d'expérience politique. Alors, ça prend des messagers qui vont pouvoir expliquer aux Canadiens ce que le premier ministre a l'intention de faire. Puis dans les changements aussi qu'il va devoir faire, c'est beau dire je vais changer pour m'écarter du cabinet Trudeau, mais en même temps, il faut que je dise à la population qu'ils ont voté pour le changement et voici ce que ça va donner en termes de mon équipe. Alors, c'est pas juste le message auprès des analystes, c'est aussi le message auprès des Canadiens eux-mêmes et leur dire, vous avez bien fait de me faire confiance parce qu'effectivement, moi, je vais changer. Voici ma nouvelle équipe qui va ressembler à... C'est ce qu'on va voir tantôt. J'imagine qu'il va y avoir une grosse composante économique. C'est ce qu'on va attendre aussi. Mais oui, ça va être intéressant de voir.
Il y a bien des gens qui disaient qu'il va être un peu comme un équilibriste à jongler entre l'ancien et le nouveau. Ce ne sera pas nécessairement facile.
Well, absolutely, and we'll see how that actually plays out. And actually, that brings up an interesting point, Rob, because whenever you choose a cabinet, and here we have 170 Liberal MPs from which the Prime Minister could choose from. Not to mention the fact he could also reach out to the Senate if he wanted to, but. In terms
of
the
opposition benches.
Well, we haven't seen that, although there was speculation that there might be some floor crossing. We haven't seen that quite yet. So, but I will ask, because Catherine mentions this idea of having to create this balance between the old and the new, and that necessarily creates potential conflict for this new government because there will be senior ministers that will be left out of this cabinet. How problematic will that be for Mark Carney, do you think, Rob?
Well, the risk with putting as many new people as it seems are going to go in is always experience. It's one of the reasons why I'm surprised that Carlos Leitão is not here today. He was rumored to have been going into cabinet. Why? Because he's a former finance minister in the province of Quebec who brought in balanced budgets several years in a row and reminded me a little bit of Jim Flaherty, who became finance minister straight out of the gate in the Harper government because he had served the same role at a provincial level. So I'm surprised not to see Mr. Leitão there. I'm not sure if Claude Gay went in or not, but he was another one who was ministrable, I think, and he's not in there. So I wonder if François-Philippe Champagne is going to stay in the finance role, because you usually have to have some sort of economic heavy hitter from the province of Quebec in one of the frontline economic portfolios. Difficult. In Canada, we choose our cabinet from those elected. It's not like in the United States, where the president of the United States can go right across the country, have his pick of top academics or top corporate people.
Or Fox News hosts.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And it's a surprise that the Prime Minister didn't come knocking on your door, Michael.
He wouldn't want me, and my boss, Nicole Zodan, would not allow it to happen.
It's not like that. I think the expression is to make a good cabinet, you have to have good wood. And in Canada, sometimes you don't have all of the wood, all of the lumber that you need. You got to pick from within, and it's a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge to that. And I do also want to pick up on Champagne, though, because I think part of that is when you talk about him in particular, I think it's safe to say he's going to stay in finance only because he suspended his own leadership aspirations, right? Because he was thinking of a run and he did not run, and the speculation was it would be for a portfolio.
Terry Duguid, who supported him early, co-chair of the campaign. I don't see him among those who've come up as well. He was in cabinet briefly. There are all these ministers who were hiccups of cabinet history, in effect, people who went in for just a couple of months who had their hopes dashed. I didn't see Ali El-Hassi either coming up. He was briefly a minister as well.
Or Nate Erskine-Smith, who was in the first Carney cabinet as the housing minister. I did not see him walk up. So we'll see how all this shapes out.
The brief thrill of having a driver, the brief thrill of running a department, and could never really. They barely got their feet wet. They needed low galoshes.
Yeah.
for their time in the cabinet pool.
Okay, well, and those are the people that were really briefly named to cabinet in the first go-around. But again, there are some senior members here that are not seen walking up to Rideau Hall. And two in mind for me are Mark Miller, effective in the, actually I'll name three. Mark Miller, who was effective in the Trudeau government. Karina Gould, effective House Leader for the Liberals. She was left out, both of them left out the first time around. And who I also did not see was Jonathan Wilkinson this time around walk up to Rideau Hall. So talk to us, Laurie, about the senior members with a proven track record who are not a part of this government. Your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, I don't, again, kind of to go back to the same point, I don't think Carney could bring in everybody from the Trudeau era, even if he thought that they had something to offer. It's not necessarily the case that he thinks these people would have been bad in cabinet. It's just more of a question of he has to put his own spin on things, and he can't have everybody be carried over. And I think in some cases, former Minister Miller, for example, was a key figure in the Trudeau government and was very close to Trudeau. And I think, you know, his communication was very much associated with the Trudeau brand, the Trudeau style. And so I think in terms of departing, not just in the voices around the table and the kind of advice and all the rest of it, but also just the brand itself and the way, you know, the style of communication. I think Carney will want a bit of a departure from that. And so, but yes, this is going to lead to some people feeling like, huh, all right, like I would have liked to get a call. I'm not going to get that call. Karina Gould is, of the three you mentioned, she's, to me, that one is a bit the most interesting. As somebody who ran against Carney in the leadership, and of course, he won by miles and miles. It's not like he had a runner-up that he had to somehow figure out how to mend the party back together. He's not in that case. There's no Chrétien Martin dynamic here. But at the same time, he brings Freeland back in, who I would argue is far more associated with the Trudeau brand, is far more of a reminder to people that this is some sense of continuity. Whereas it strikes me that Gould represented possibly reaching out to that younger part of the party, a different style of politics. She certainly proved herself as House Leader and things like that. So, yeah, I would suspect there's a bit of bruising there for her not to get a call for today.
One has to wonder, given that she was a little bit more pugnacious in her opposition to Mr. Carney, whether or not she's paying a price for that.
Although still friendly, like in terms of when you go back to the leadership debate, yeah, she was probably the one that was more critical of Mark Carney, but in terms of how deep and dirty a leadership can be, it really wasn't that. And what strikes me in the Gould case in particular was of the leadership candidates, she was the one that never needed any notes. She could speak, you know, off the top of her head in both official languages. So in a lot of ways, she had a political skill set that I think would have been valuable for Mark Carney, given that he has limited political experience. Yes, he's Prime Minister, but he's still not proven himself in the House of Commons. He's still not proven himself in debate. And ultimately, when you look at the precarious nature of the Trudeau government in the last few months, it was her ability as House Leader that helped maneuver that survival to keep pushing the government one more week until eventually Justin Trudeau prorogued Parliament.
She also represented the younger, more progressive element of the party. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some people who supported her, particularly younger people, who might be feeling like she was unjustly left out.
Yeah, well, we'll see that shape. So, Geneviève, what would you say to it?
Je me pose la question, combien de temps ce cabinet-là va durer?
How long this cabinet will last. People are being appointed for a crisis with the U.S. There's an agenda. People are being told we're appointing you minister, but if you don't perform, you'll be replaced. In 2 years, the dynamic might be totally different. Justin Trudeau didn't change his cabinet very often. He kept the same people around him. Will Mark Carney do the same thing? Probably not. Probably Mark Carney will be quicker to shuffle his cabinet, and then we will have to keep an eye on that. I'm surprised that Karina Gould's not there. She was excellent as House Leader in the House of Commons. She brings political expertise that Mark Carney doesn't have. So it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on this in the medium term, how long the cabinet will last. If people don't deliver, they might be replaced quite quickly. They'll be shuffled out. And perhaps in 2 years, the relationship with the US will be completely different. In the US itself might be completely different. Things will change very quickly in the US. It will have an impact here, it'll have an impact on the way Mark Carney leads his government, of course.
on that point too, because when you talk about the United States, for example, of course that's the #1 challenge. You were talking about the fiscal challenge that this government has to kind of set it in direction and expectations around it. And what we can tell people is that it's been very clear that the PMO was already signaling yesterday that what we are going to look at here is a core cabinet of less than 30 ministers, supported by about 10 secretaries of state. Rob, how does that help deliver this agenda that Mark Carney promises to bring about? Because he talks about speed, he talks about moving at a quicker pace than Canadians are used to. How does this cabinet structure allow that to happen?
Well, we haven't seen ministers of state like this for a long, long time. Generally, that was considered the farm team, right? So we'll see if it's the farm team or if it's there to fill gaps. For instance, if you put people in certain positions and they're not bilingual, you appoint a minister of state who might be bilingual to help that minister. I see the size of this, and it makes me want to resist the notion of calling this a slimmed-down cabinet. Mm-hmm. It's not. I know that they don't have departments, and I know they don't have the budgets, but it's still going to be around a 40-person cabinet, and it. I think addresses some of the things that we were talking about earlier, which is a challenge in Canada. When you have to keep this many people happy, when you have to represent regional, ethnic, religious, all of the diversity of Canada has to be represented.
And the commitment to make it gender reflective
That's
as well.
Right. And that's something that we should watch for as well. Is the core cabinet, is there gender parity there? Or is the gender parity being achieved by bringing in people into the ministers of state category?
Okay. Well, and I also want to point out the fact that in your camera that nope, we have not rewound the tape. That is Jean Chrétien walking up to Rideau Hall to be a part of today. He's being scrummed right now, which unfortunately I don't think we have access to. But of course, we'll play for you a little later whatever we hear from Prime Minister Chrétien, or former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, as he makes his way up to Rideau Hall. But Laurie, I'll get you to pick up the point of cabinet versus secretaries of state. How does that actually work? Because secretaries of state will not have their own ministries to oversee.
Right, and so it is a way of creating, like, to me, when you think about how Westminster government works, I'll try to avoid the urge to jump into a political science lecture here, but it is about accountability.
Although that is your expertise.
Well, and it makes me happy, but it's about accountability. It's about knowing who's responsible for what. And so if you have a minister who, they've got the department, they've got the mandate, they've got a mandate letter that says we're going to do this, this, and this, and then you have people who are ministers of state, secretaries of state, their role is more junior. Their role is to be in assistance, to be in support. They may at some point see themselves move into a more senior role, but it's not necessarily going to be the case. And I think it's a way potentially for, depending on how he does it, we don't know how this is going to work yet, but Carney could see perhaps, relationships, working groups built around a certain issue. I think that he probably wants something that you can take advantage of different strengths of different people that are coming in. It seems to me there's going to be a real focus on implementation, innovation, get things done, move this forward. And so I think he's, like, in terms of bench strength, he's trying to build a team that has different kinds of experiences that he can draw from. And it's a bit of a throwback in a way, because Trudeau wanted not to have the sense that there were tiers in cabinet. He wanted the sense that everybody was equal around the table. But I think when the focus is going to be more on implementation, there's more of that focus on the accountability line and who's doing what for whom, who can you go and point to if things are going wrong. And so I think we can see that taking shape a bit here.
Yeah, I wonder if it also speaks to a more decentralized communication, because with both the Stephen Harper government and the Justin Trudeau government, we know that the PMOs in both those played pivotal roles in terms of communication, in terms of what ministers were able to do. I'm wondering if this kind of two-tier structure will allow more ministerial responsibility and independence as we look at how this government functions, Geneviève.
Ça peut être le cas, mais en même temps,
Well, it
c'est
might be the
peut-être un
case,
piège parce que
but it's
et
perhaps a
peut-être que
trap
M.
at the same
Carney
time.
l'a dit, mais
Perhaps Mr. Carney doesn't realize this, but by
décentralisant,
decentralizing, everything takes longer, and I think Mr. Carney wants to move forward very quickly. However,
le côté positif, c'est que
the
chacun a
positive
une
side of that
responsabilité
is
plus
that
précise.
everyone has a more
Donc, si j'ai
specific
un problème pour
responsibility.
tel
If they have to deal with specific issues, you know who to turn to. That's the positive side of things. That's how we'll see the style of Mark Carney. How will he manage his cabinet?
La liberté, la marge
What
de manœuvre
freedom,
que
what
chacun
leeway
des
will
ministres
each minister have?
et ensuite la rapidité
And
d'action.
then
Je m'attends à ce que
the
ce soit un
speed
cabinet
of
où il y ait des
action.
choses
I think he wants things to move forward quickly, to build and quickly. Genevieve, I'm completely in agreement with what you just said. Secretaries of State won't be invited to the cabinet table every time. They'll be there when they're needed, when they're invited. In fact, this means that around the cabinet table there'll be fewer people, so it'll be lighter, so you can imagine that decisions will be quicker in the making. That's perhaps Mr. Carney's mindset, I think.
Is what materializes, and whether or not you resist the urge of being a Prime Minister's office that does overstep ministerial responsibility to get to the speed that you're both talking about. But you know, Rob, I don't think any of us go out on the limb when we say that the vast majority of Canadians, those who voted for this Liberal government, voted because of the economy, voted because of the Donald Trump threat. So to that, what do you think the expectations are of the business community on this cabinet and the pressure on Mark Carney to deliver that, at least visibly, on this first day of a swearing in?
I think there was more done than people believe at the meeting between Mr. Trump and Mr. Carney last week. He talked about heading towards a new economic and security pact with the United States. I suspect that they're laying down conditions for when those talks might begin and how they might begin and what they might look like and what might be done about the tariffs in the interim. I think that's a huge priority. If we're going to go into new discussions, if we are going to advance CUSMA discussions, there has to be a quid pro quo, and those tariffs have to come off or be reduced drastically. So I look for people who can get going on that. The other expectation is, with what is clearly, I think, a national unity crisis looming, we have to show Alberta and Saskatchewan that we are prepared to get to work immediately to get their resources to new markets. So I look for somebody who can make deals in finance, natural resources as well. That would be one way, I think, of opening the safety valve on the frustration, that pressure that's building on national unity out of Western Canada.
The National Unity Western Canada, not so much from Quebec this time around, because we know they voted more Liberal than Bloc Québécois. Although there are, of course, signals to Quebec, which you were referencing earlier on, Catherine. And one of the names that we are being told to watch out for is Joël Lightbound, not new to Parliament, but apparently new to cabinet, if all indications are correct.
Oui, et de la région de Québec.
And he's from the Quebec City area. That's interesting also, because the Quebec City region was fertile ground for the Liberals. The Conservatives were elected in some ridings, but the Quebec City area really went mainly Liberal, and that's interesting. It's surprising, and Joël Lightbound is an interesting choice. Yves Duclos, well, we didn't see him coming up a driveway, probably not in cabinet. And Mr. Joel Lightbound didn't hesitate to challenge Justin Trudeau's decisions. So he's someone for whom the party line is not that important. He might say no sometimes, he might challenge, and he did it on a sensitive issue. The issue of the pandemic, for example, and the measures the government took. The message is that he's a better representative. I don't want to take anything away from Mr. Duclos, but he's able to reach out to voters who would normally vote Liberal in Quebec City. So the Mr. Lightbound's appointment changes things. So Mark Carney has understood what's going on in Quebec City. Well, he was very, very tough on the vaccine file. He accused his own government of being divisive on this issue. It's remarkable that Mr. Carney has decided to put someone who was a severe critic of his own government he criticized what the government was doing in terms of the convoy as well.
Being bandied about last night. I actually went to CPAC.ca and looked up that news conference back in 2022 when Joël Lightbound, as you said, was very critical of the fact that the government had not been lifting restrictions already, both critical of the convoy protests that occupied Parliament Hill, but also very critical of the fact that, you know, there were still measures in place which he thought needed to be revisited. And in watching that, I thought to myself, you know, he is beyond being Quebec City for Joël Lightbound, but be willing to take on a critic, someone who's seen as an independent thinker, to signal this break from the Trudeau government, which there's still, you know, when you talk about the impacts of the vaccine mandates, there's still resentment around that across the country. Still, people are very upset about it.
They had just won the election in 2021. They won, the Liberals won, they were losing that election. They won because they decided to wedge Aaron O'Toole on federal vaccine mandates. And what did Joël Lightbound say afterwards? He didn't celebrate that victory. He said, I regret that my own party chose the politics of division in order to advance their electoral prospects. That's a bold statement to make, particularly when it saved your own skin. But it was a sign that this man wasn't particularly ambitious when it came to cabinet, and yet he finds himself in cabinet.
Absolutely. Il faut se souvenir de la différence entre les manifestations
the difference between the convoy in Quebec City and the convoy in Ottawa. In Ottawa, it paralyzed the city, basically. In Quebec City, it was contained. You remember, Geneviève, it was contained by the mayor, by the police. The mayor was waiting for them to arrive. He knew what he had to do. The situation in Quebec City wasn't the same as in Ottawa because the impact wasn't the same on local residents.
Although, you know, I will, a closing note is Joël Lightbound. You know, when Mark Carney was campaigning in Quebec City, Joël Lightbound was walking around with him in Quebec City along with the Quebec City mayor. So an early indication that Mark Carney perhaps did not harbor any, and I don't know if this for a fact, but any resentment that Prime Minister Trudeau may have had against Joël Lightbound for being so vocal.
He was clearly searching for a manifestation of a break with the Trudeau era, and he couldn't have picked anyone who represented that break more clearly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wayne Long, too.
I'm sorry?
That's right.
Wayne Long, too.
That's right. Wayne Long. Yeah. And that's one to watch out for, too, because Wayne Long, New Brunswick MP, of course, one of the early people to say that Justin Trudeau needed to step aside. So it was interesting to see where he'll figure out, because, again, a name being floated as being a part of this cabinet. So I'll pick up on that point for you, Laurie. What does that say to you about what Mark Carney is hoping to accomplish here? A visible critic is Joël Lightbound of the Trudeau government, and Wayne Long, a visible critic of the leader himself, former leader himself.
Right. I mean, it always struck me that Wayne Long was someone who believed in the practice of parliamentary government as it is written, not as it is actually done on Parliament Hill. And so he believes, I think, that MPs are supposed to do something and they're supposed to have opinions. And if they don't like something, they should put up their hand and say that. It seemed to me that Long was always a very dedicated constituency MP and didn't play the game, really, right? He wasn't playing the kind of game that lands a person in cabinet, frankly. He wasn't afraid to put up his hand and say, I don't like this, I don't like what the government's doing, I don't like this position on something. He wasn't towing the line in the way that people often do when they can see a finish in a cabinet position as what they ultimately want. And so it is very interesting to me that here he is. You know, after, you know, of course, that life he had as somebody who he'd go on the 5 o'clock shows and speak his mind. And so he seems to be being rewarded for that by Carney, which I think is great. I hope that this means that Carney, who is himself a new parliamentarian, believes that Parliament is for something too, and that the MP should be taking that role very seriously and not always just doing what the government tells them to do. I'm hopeful. I hope I don't eat these words, everyone, but I'm hopeful that this means something good.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And as you say that, I do wonder about Mr. Carney's own corporate background, because his background is not politics. His background is not backroom deals. It is the central bank governor with both Canada and England, and beyond that with the United Nations. But of course, he has a private sector experience as well. And I wonder how much that informs the type of government we're going to see, or if that is just mythology. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Rob.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why he was chosen. He wasn't chosen because he was a golden-throated orator or a spine-tingling tub thumper. If anything, I attended some of his rallies. He was a rather plodding speaker. People voted for him because they thought that they were getting somebody who had real-life experience in handling economic crises, having handled two, Brexit and the 08-09 financial crisis. But in some ways, it was also, I think, and if we look at what's happened in some other elections around the world, Australia is a notable example, perhaps the beginning of a rejection of the populist wave that's been crashing across industrialized countries, beginning in the United States in 2016 with the election of Donald Trump and continuing through Europe. In Canada, we used to elect people of high competence. When you think of the people who've been Liberal prime ministers, Mackenzie King went to Harvard. Lester Pearson won the Nobel Prize. Pierre Trudeau went to Harvard. He went to Oxford. There was I think, a certain pride in electing people who were high achievers. There was a sense over the last little while that we got away from that, and there was a kind of a suspicion of those who were high achievers. I think people in part turn to Mr. Carney because he is a high achiever.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, speaking of high achievers, let's go to show the view right now in Rideau Hall for people at home, please, because you'll see in the front of your screen there that actually towards the right, the back of her head, that's Diana Fox Carney, Mark Carney's wife, speaking with former Governor General David Johnston. Also in that crowd was Adrienne Clarkson, the former Governor General's gathered to be a part of today. So that is, of course, where the ceremony will take place as the members of Cabinet, Mark Carney's second cabinet, will be taking their oaths, and in some cases a couple of oaths, because this will be the first time that they've actually been elected to Parliament, Laurie.
Indeed, yes. This is, it seems to be, judging by the people who are walking up, there are a number of people who are new parliamentarians. And, you know, not to make too many comparisons to Trudeau, but it was a similar situation where a lot of the people in his first cabinet were people who were elected with him. Now, of course, he was in a situation where he as leader, moved the party from 34 seats to 184. So he had all kinds of new people. Whereas for Carney, I don't know precisely what the math is. He's obviously got new people. And I think you can see some of that, like some of the flavor of the people who he recruited to run. Like Tim Hodgson, for instance, who was an advisor to Mark Carney at the Bank of Canada, who was at Goldman Sachs. Now he is going to be in this team around Carney that's going to be pushing forward this economic agenda. Very like a focus on business here, I think, clearly.
Yeah, focus on business, as you say. So you mentioned there one other name to add to the mix. So let's go quickly around the table about who will you be watching out for, those who might be included, those who might not be included. Geneviève, I'll ask you to begin.
François-Philippe Champagne, of course, will he keep finance ministry? That's a major point, I would say. One name we did not discuss was Anita Anand. Like Karina Gould, I would say those were the two rising stars of the Liberal Party. So where is she there? Where she will end up? That would be interesting. And my main attention will be, are every provinces represented in that cabinet? I think that could be a key feature of that cabinet, reaching to every part of Canada.
Et vous, Catherine?
Nathalie Provost, faut surveiller. Est-ce qu'elle va être secrétaire d'État?
Will she be a Secretary of State? Will it be a stepping stone to become minister one day? Perhaps. I'm surprised not to see Carlos Leitão. You talked about him earlier this morning. It's surprising that he's left out.
That's interesting to note, given his background as the Quebec finance minister.
Absolutely. Et le fait qu'il était connu, non seulement il était
he's
connu,
well
mais c'est
known.
quelqu'un qui avait été aimé.
He's someone who was liked, who was appreciated as a minister. You can't reach out and recruit Carlos Leitão and people like him without making him a promise. So if he's not there, it'll be surprising.
See what the fate is of the three people who are sitting on the couch in the Oval Office beside Mark Carney, and that's Mélanie Joly, François-Philippe Champagne, and
David
McGuinty. Where are they going? I'm also looking to see who's responsible for dealing with energy, and I'm looking to see who's there from the north. You know, Laurie Idlut has said that she is having a difficult time considering whether or not she should cross the floor, which was remarkable, I thought. She's admitting that she hasn't, in fact, been approached. If there's nobody there from the north, is that an opening, perhaps, for Laurie Idlet to go in from the north? Could she be coming across in some sort of capacity in the future? So I'll be watching for that.
Well, and we know that the North is going to figure largely in terms of a defense and security response from this government that was made known during the election. Also, the fact that in terms of an economic future or part of an economic industrial plan, the North, the Arctic will figure prominently in that. Again, no big surprise because that was referenced during the election campaign itself. And, you know, as we take one more look here at Rideau Hall, and again, this is where the ceremony is going to take place. You know, a little bit delayed. We were expecting it to begin about 10 minutes ago, but once it begins, of course, we'll have that for you in full at home, and we'll broadcast that for you uninterrupted. So some of the names that we said that you're watching out for. But I do find it interesting because I did see Sean Fraser walk up, and of course Sean Fraser said he was not going to run again. When Trudeau was there, he re-upped once Carney became leader, so makes you wonder if that was the side deal for him. We also saw Anita Anand walk up. You were referencing her, so we'll again, someone who stepped aside and is now once again re-upped after speaking, I guess, with Mark Carney once he won the leadership. So a couple of names there, but you know, when you, and I'll go back to Mr. Leitao at this moment in time, because if he was recruited, and there's Sean Fraser, this was earlier this morning, I should point out, and you see Dominic Leblanc on the other side of that screen. But, you know, in terms of Mr. Leitao, you know, is he going to be satisfied as being a federal backbencher after having been a successful finance minister in Quebec? What do you think, Catherine?
Écoutez, c'est intéressant que vous mentionniez
It's interesting that you mentioned that because we did an interview with him for L'Essentiel recently before the election or just after, I don't remember.
It's all a blur.
It's all a blur, as we say, yes. And what he said is I want to serve. You know, things people say normally. It doesn't matter whether I'm appointed a minister, that's not my goal. But we did feel that he was ready to play a role because he comes from that background. He was Minister of Finance, and I'm sorry if I don't have the right title. He was President of Laurentian Bank, so his background is the same as Mr. Carney's, let's put it that way. He comes from the same background, and he knows Mr. Carney. That's where they met, in fact. So he must have expected something. Perhaps I'm wrong, Genevieve, but knowing his experience, his resume, it's surprising. Well, it is surprising, but at the same time, it's surprising to see a provincial minister jumping to federal politics and be appointed minister right away.
Backbencher.
You know, there's others in Parliament who were ministers of finance in their respective provinces. I expect Bill Morneau 2.0, someone who can reassure the markets, who can tell people, well, I can give people the real goods and talk to the Prime Minister in real terms as well. This is what I expect. I expect the Prime Minister to send out his Finance Minister to do the job that has to be done.
Well, we'll see how it progresses, and we've been having the full frame of what's happening in Rideau Hall right now, and you can see things are going to get underway very soon. So we'll begin there, and we'll pick up on it afterwards. I wonder if the choice of, and just to wrap up on Mr. Leitao, and you mentioned Charles Sousa with Genevieve, who of course was an Ontario Finance Minister in the Kathleen Wynne government. I wonder how much of it has to do with the fact that Mark Carney, given his background, will be a great influence or a shadow in the finance ministry. So I think that's something to talk about afterwards. But as you can see, the doors have opened to Rideau Hall. Let's now join the ceremony for the swearing in of Canada's 30th cabinet. Oh, the door's open, the door's closed. You know, this is a live event. Well, we're following the bouncing ball at Rideau Hall. But let's listen in as the ceremony gets underway. You are watching the Cable Public Affairs channel, CPAC.
Good morning. Bonjour. To begin today's swearing-in ceremony, I invite you to please rise to welcome the ministers, ministers-designate, secretaries of state-designate, the Prime Minister, Their Excellencies, the Governor-General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Fraser. Pour débuter la cérémonie, veuillez vous lever pour accueillir les ministres désignés, les secrétaires d'État désignés, le Premier ministre et leurs Excellences, la Gouverneure générale du Canada et M. Whit Fraser. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. Merci. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken McKillop, and I'm the Secretary to the Governor-General, and I'd like to welcome everybody to Rideau Hall for the swearing-in of the 30th Canadian Ministry. I'd like to also take a moment to share with you a traditional activity that was initiated just prior to the beginning of the ceremony, the lighting of the holik, a traditional Inuit lamp. This lamp is used in the North to bring light and warmth to the home. We light the holik to mark important events here at Rideau Hall, such as today's ceremony. And we are grateful for the presence of Elder Ina Zakal from Pagnatring Nunavut, who lit the holik and will maintain its light and warmth throughout the ceremony. Nagrumik. Et j'aimerais maintenant inviter Aine Algonquin et Verna McGregor à prononcer ces mots de bienvenue.
Oh, miigwech kakina, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Oops, just gonna. This is like a reunion, our bi-monthly meeting. I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands, and for those of you who don't know what unceded means, is that we never signed treaty, and this goes back to the Royal Proclamation of 1763. So when I come here too as well, I find it very special because this was an important meeting place too prior to contact, and we would meet and talk about what's going on the land, similar to what we're doing and the responsibility that all the ministers in the cabinet have today. I also bring my eagle feather. And our understanding is the eagle soars highest and has a higher view. And that's also the responsibility also of governance, to have a higher view, to project, because we're also here for the next 7 generations. And one of the biggest teachings too as well, I always bring this, is the spider, the interconnectedness of everything on the land, but also as a global nation too. So one of the biggest teachings too is what we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. So that's a big responsibility. So I'm going to honor our ancestors with a little prayer to welcome everybody. And I say, miigwech. On jeni gashki tocha ma dose konshe non go ma mi kakina pamaz jikten as well goshe shwemish non in abigus miigwech oje kakina gagishan don oje mam de gen in the kimenon shkaki question kosun in the kimenon we do kakina pamaz jik konje and agdwa don kakina guchin in the kimenon miigwech oje kakina ete kijigo kisis to be kisis a shijunang shak we do konokos non oje nagdwa don kakina guchyat nibi a shiz nimishom sinan on Jay Nagdawab don Kakina Guchia Pamad Sajik. I should we don't call Kakina Pamad Sajik and Abigis. Miigwech in a seven, Kagimi Jin, Chimino Pamad Sian, we don't call Kakina, Mom to get a Jacques Sajik. Mom to get we don't call Kakinan and Gino and Doganak, Mom to get in the Shomsinan, the Gokmasnana Shitchen, Dabano Gishak. Come, Mom to get come a shed in as well, Goje. Shwen Mishnon, I should we don't kakina, we snajik the magus a jik, akus a jik, kaye, we me god wa jik, no gum chiwanaki watch, a shit chimino pamatsu watch. Me, me gwetch. And again, as I said last 2 months ago, me gwetch is thank you in Algonquin, and I say it 4 times because this area is so special because it's the confluence of the rivers coming together, and it reminds us too as well that we also, our responsibility is balance, and the balance of the elements and the interconnection of everything. So miigwech and congratulations to everybody. Merci.
Miigwech, Elder McGregor, thank you very much for being here today. Mr. John Hannaford, Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary to the Cabinet, will now seek the Governor-General's consent to proceed.
Excellence, peut-on procéder? Excellence, veuillez proceed.
Maintenant que la gouverneure générale a signifié son approbation,
now that the Governor General has given her approval, we'll move to the swearing in for the 30th Ministry.
Will please come forward as they are named. Les ministres et les ministres désignés sont priés de s'avancer lorsqu'ils sont nommés. L'honorable Dominique Leblanc, President du Conseil privé du Roi pour le Canada.
President of the Treasury Board, a minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs.
President of the King's Privy Council for Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
Moi, Dominique Leblanc, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de président du Conseil privé du Roi pour le Canada et ministre responsable du commerce Canada-États-Unis, des affaires intergouvernementales et de l'unité de l'économie canadienne. I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
L'honorable Mélanie Joly, ministre de l'Industrie et ministre responsable du Développement économique Canada pour les régions du Québec. The Honourable Mélanie Joly, Minister of Industry, Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for the Quebec region.
Moi, Mélanie Joly, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Industrie et ministre responsable du Développement économique Canada pour les régions du Québec. I, Mélanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions. That's good. Thank you.
L'honorable François-Philippe Champagne, ministre des Finances et du Revenu national. The Honourable François-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Moi, François-Philippe Champagne, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Finances et du Revenu national. I, François-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue. Merci.
The Honourable Indira Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs. L'Honorable Indira Anita Anand, Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Moi, Indira Anita Anand, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Affaires étrangères.
The Honourable Patricia Hajdu, Minister of Jobs and Families, Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Honorable Patricia Hajdu, Ministre de l'Emploi et des Familles, Ministre responsable des agences fédérales de développement économique pour le nord de l'Ontario.
I, Patricia Hajdu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Moi, Patricia Hajdu, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement le pouvoir et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Emploi et de Famille et ministre responsable de l'Agence fédérale de développement économique pour le nord de l'Ontario.
L'Honorable Stephen Guilbeault, ministre de l'Identité et de la Culture canadienne et ministre responsable des langues officielles. The Honorable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, Minister responsible for official languages.
Moi, Stephen Guilbeault, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Identité et de la Culture canadienne et ministre responsable des langues officielles. I, Stephen Guilbeault, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages. Merci, John.
The Honourable Sean Simon Fraser, Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Canada, and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Opportunities Agency. Honorable Sean Simon Fraser, Ministre de la Justice et Procureur général du Canada et Ministre responsable de l'Agence Promotion économique du Canada Atlantique.
Sean Simon Fraser, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. As Minister of Justice, I will see that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with the law. As Attorney General of Canada, I will uphold the Constitution, the rule of law, and the independence of the judiciary and the prosecutorial function. Moi, Sean Simon Fraser, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de mes compétences et de mes connaissances, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement le pouvoir et m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Justice et procureur général du Canada et ministre responsable de l'Agence de promotion économique du Canada Atlantique. En tant que ministre de la Justice, je veillerai au respect de la loi dans l'administration des affaires publiques. En tant que procureur général du Canada, je ferai respecter la Constitution, la primauté du droit et l'indépendance de la magistrature et de la fonction de poursuite. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Honourable Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. L'Honorable Chrystia Freeland, Ministre du Transport et du Commerce intérieur.
I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Chrystia Freeland, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Transports et du Commerce intérieur.
The Honourable Gary Anandasangari, Minister of Public Safety. L'Honorable Gary Anandasangari, Ministre de Sécurité publique.
Moi, Gary Anandasangari, je promets et jure solemnement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement le pouvoir et m'exécuterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Sécurité publique. I, Gary Anandasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
The Honourable Richie Valdez, Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State, Small Business and Tourism. L'Honorable Richie Valdez, Ministre des Femmes et de l'Égalité des Genres et Secrétariat d'État, Petites Entreprises et Tourisme.
Buhai. I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State, Small Business and Tourism. Moi, Richie Valdez, je promets et jure, solennellement et sincèrement, quoi mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Femmes et de l'égalité et genre et secrétariat Petite Entreprise et Tourisme. Merci.
L'honorable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes. The Honorable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Moi, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, je promets et je jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes. I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as leader of the government in the House of Commons.
L'honorable David Joseph McGuinty, Ministre de la Défense nationale. The Honorable David Joseph McGuinty, Minister of National Defense.
Moi, David Joseph McGuinty, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Défense nationale. I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defense. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Joanne Thompson, Minister of Fisheries. L'Honorable Joanne Thompson, Ministre des Pêches.
I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Fisheries.
The Honourable Shafkat Ali, President of the Treasury Board. Shafkat Ali, Président du Conseil du Trésor.
I, Shafkat Ali, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Shafkat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Shafkat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board. Thank you.
The Honourable Rebecca Alty, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Rebecca Alty, Ministre des Relations Couronnes Autochtones.
I, Rebecca Alty, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Alty, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Alty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you.
The Honourable Rebecca Chartrand, Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. L'Honorable Rebecca Chartrand, Ministre des Affaires du Nord et de l'Arctique et Ministre responsable de l'Agence canadienne de développement économique du Nord.
I, Rebecca Chartrand, do declare I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
The Honourable Julie Aviva Dabrusin, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. L'Honorable Julie Aviva Dabrusin, Ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique.
Do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Julie Aviva Dabrusin, je déclare fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le Roi Charles III, Roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Julie Aviva Dabrusin, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Julie Aviva d'Abruzin, je déclare solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Julia Viva d'Abruzin, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Moi, Julie Aviva d'Abruzin, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et que je m'acquitterai de ces responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique. Thank you. Thank you.
L'honorable Lina Metlach-Diab, ministre de l'Immigration, des Réfugiés et de la Citoyenneté. Lina Metlach-Diab, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Moi, Lena Metlach-Diab, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Lena Metlach-Diab, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Lena Metlach-Diab, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion pour toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Lena Metlach-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Lena Metlish Diab, je promets et je jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Immigration, des réfugiés et de la citoyenneté. I, Lena Metlish Diab, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Mandy Goldmasty, Minister of Indigenous Services. L'Honorable Mandy Goldmasty, Ministre des Services aux Autochtones.
Agni, Mandy Goldmasty, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Agni, Mandy Goldmasty, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Agni, Mandy Goldmasty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill, knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you.
The Honourable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. L'Honorable Tim Hodgson, Ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles.
I, Tim Hodgson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Tim Hodgson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to him in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of it in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Tim Hodgson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you.
L'honorable Joël Lightbound, ministre de Transformation du gouvernement, des Travaux publics et de l'approvisionnement. The Honorable Joël Lightbound, the Minister of Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement.
Moi, Joël Lightbound, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. Moi, Joël Lightbound, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. Moi, Joël Lightbound, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Transformation du gouvernement, des Travaux publics et de l'approvisionnement. Merci.
The Honourable Heath MacDonald, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. L'Honourable Heath MacDonald, Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
I, Heath MacDonald, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you.
The Honourable Jill McKnight, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. L'Honorable Jill McKnight, Ministre des Anciens Combattants et Ministre associé de la Défense nationale.
I, Jill McKnight, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you.
L'Honorable Marjorie Michel, Ministre de la Santé. L'Honorable Marjorie Michel, Minister of Health.
Moi, Marjorie Michel, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le Roi Charles III, Roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Marjorie Michel, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Marjorie Michel, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement, en toute vérité, mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant oath to do for His Majesty. Moi, Marjorie Michel, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Santé. I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skills and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Health.
The Honourable Eleanor Angela Olszewski, Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for the Prairies Economic Development Canada. L'Honorable Eleanor Angela Olszewski, Ministre de la Gestion des Urgences et de Résilience des Communautés et Ministre responsable du Développement économique Canada pour les Prairies.
I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development, Canada. Thank you. Thank you.
The Honourable Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development Canada. L'Honorable Gregor Robertson, Ministre du Logement et de l'Infrastructure et Ministre responsable du Développement économique Canada pour le Pacifique.
I, Gregor Robertson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Et les peuples canadiens. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development Canada.
The Honourable Meninder Sidhu, Minister of International Trade. L'Honourable Meninder Sidhu, Ministre du Commerce International.
I, Meninder Sidhu, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Meninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Meninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of International Trade. Thank you.
The Honourable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. L'Honorable Evan Solomon, Ministre de l'Artificielle et de l'Innovation numérique, Ministre responsable de l'Agence fédérale de développement économique pour le Sud de l'Ontario.
I, Evan Solomon, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III. As a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
And now the Secretaries of State designate will please come forward as they are named. Les secrétaires d'État désignés sont priés de s'avancer lorsqu'ils sont nommés. The Honourable Ruby Sahota, Secretary of State, Combating Crime. L'Honourable Ruby Sahota, Secrétaire d'État, Lutte contre la criminalité.
I, Ruby Sahota, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Combating Crime. Moi, Ruby Sahota, j'ai prometté de déclarer solennellement et sincèrement qu'il mot de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'ai exécuter loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitter des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées et qualité de secrétaire d'État, lutte contre la criminalité. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Buckley Belanger, Secretary of State, Rural Development. Buckley Belanger, Secrétariat d'État Développement Rural.
Tanse bakli belanje in sekason ni ases giwit no segaste giwit saktawaste. I, Buckley Belanger, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will bring in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the power and trust reposed into me as Secretary of State, Rural Development. Thank you.
Stephen Bradley Furr, Secretary of State, Defense Procurement. Stephen Bradley Furr, Secrétaire d'État, Approvisionnement et matière de défense.
I, Stephen Bradley Furr, do swear I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephen Bradley Furr, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, where that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephen Bradley Furr, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts proposed to me as Secretary of State, Defense Procurement. Thank you.
Anna Gainey, Secretary of State, Children and Youth. Anna Gainey, Secrétaire d'État, Défense et Jeunesse.
I, Anna Gainey, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Anna Gainey, je déclare fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le Roi Charles III, Roi du Canada, et ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Anna Gainey, je déclare solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le Roi Charles III en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui m'y sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Moi, Anna Gainey, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'en acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de secrétaire d'État, enfance et jeunesse.
Wayne Long, Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions. Wayne Long, Secrétariat d'État, Agence de revenus du Canada et l'institution financière.
I, Wayne Long, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency, and financial institutions. Thank you very much.
Stephanie McLean, Secretary of State, Seniors. Stephanie McLean, Secrétariat d'État, Aînés.
I, Stephanie McLean, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty, King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Seniors. Thank you.
Nathalie Provost, Secretary d'État, Nature. Nathalie Provost, Secretary of State, Nature.
Moi, Nathalie Provost, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. Moi, Nathalie Provost, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. Moi, Nathalie Provost, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de secrétaire d'État Nature.
Randeep Singh Sarai, Secretary of State, International Development. Randeep Singh Sarai, Secrétariat d'État, Développement International.
I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III. As a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, International Development.
Adam Van Koeverden, Secretary of State, Sport. Adam Van Koeverden, Secrétaire d'État, Sport.
I, Adam Van Koeverden, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Adam Van Koeverden, je déclare fidélité et une sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, et ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Adam Van Koeverden, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Adam Van Koeverden, je déclare solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, et ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé à Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Adam Van Koeverden, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Sport. Moi, Adam Van Koeverden, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de secrétaire d'État sport. Thank you.
John Zurcelli, Secretary of State, Labor. John Zurcelli, Secrétaire d'État, Travail. C'est mieux en français.
I, John Zaricelli, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, John Zaricelli, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought do for His Majesty. I, John Zaricelli, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Labor. Thank you, John. Nice to see you.
The Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet will now sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing in of the Ministers and Secretaries of State. And now the Governor General will entrust the Great Seal of Canada to the custody of the Registrar General of Canada. Le Gouverneur Général confiera maintenant le Grand Sceau du Canada à la garde du Registrar Général du Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Veuillez vous se lever si vous le pouvez et vous joindre à Mary Nagowago, la nation Whitefish River, qui chantera l'hymne national en anglais, en français et en Anishinaabe. Et veuillez demeurer à vos places pour le départ de leurs excellences, du Premier ministre et des membres du 33e Conseil des ministres, accompagnés par la musique de la violoniste métisse Alicia Bloor. Merci de votre participation aujourd'hui. And I'll do that again in English. Ladies and gentlemen, please, thank you all for being here. And please rise if you're able and join Mary Nagowago, a member of the Whitefish River First Nation, who will be singing in English, French, and Anishinaabe. Following the anthem, please remain at your places for the departure of Their Excellencies, the Prime Minister and members of the 30th Canadian Ministry, accompanied by the music provided by Métis fiddler Alicia Bloor.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichiguanach, Nani Buida, Migueche Wendanda, Nani Buida, Migueche Wendanda.
And there you have it, Canada's 30th cabinet now sworn in by the Governor-General. Mark Carney's second Executive Council now named and sworn in. Now, we should point out that we will hear a little bit later this afternoon from the Prime Minister as he addresses members of the media regarding his new cabinet. We assume that he will actually be flanked by his new ministers. But ahead of that, let's now go back to Rideau Hall, or outside of Rideau Hall, as we leave the the hall where the actual swearing-in took place. Let's go to Andrew Thompson in front of the complex. Andrew, hello to you. So listen, a lot to talk about here, including what the next steps are as this day kind of goes on. But let's first and foremost note the fact that when you look at this cabinet, we were promised 50% new faces. That looks like what we got here. And amongst those names not appearing are people that were named to the first cabinet of Mark Carney just 2 months ago.
That's right, Michael. So 10 ministers are no longer in cabinet. Some of the key portfolios, let's start with Bill Blair, the defense minister. He's no longer in cabinet. Jonathan Wilkinson, you were talking about him before the ceremony started. He's out as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources as well. Nate Erskine-Smith, no longer housing minister. That job now going to the former Vancouver mayor, Gregor Robertson. As well, we have Terry Duguid from Winnipeg. He is no longer the environment minister. Some of the other names no longer in cabinet who were in that initial Mark Carney cabinet include Rachel Bendayan, the immigration minister, Cody Blois, the agriculture minister, Ariel Keabega, who had been appointed government house leader. The other two names on that list no longer in cabinet, Michael, are Ali Assassi and Elizabeth Briere.
Yeah, so as we say, a number of ministers that made it the first time around for Mark Carney's cabinet not appearing this time around, replaced by some new names, people elected in the general election just 2 weeks ago. So listen, we just saw the cabinet, the Prime Minister leave the swearing-in ceremony. Walk us through what else happens throughout this day, Andrew.
Okay, well, we expect there's going to be the family photo, the traditional photo of the ministry taking place here inside Rideau Hall. There are lots of dignitaries, family members in the building, so we expect there to be a bit of mingling. And then the Prime Minister is expected, as he mentioned, to speak with reporters outside Rideau Hall, but that's not going to be happening for over an hour. We expect that news conference to be happening around 1:40 p.m. We're also told that cabinet will not be meeting today. Sometimes we do see on these days where there's a swearing-in ceremony, the ministers make their way over to Parliament Hill for that first meeting, but according to the Prime Minister's office, that won't be happening on Parliament Hill. But on Parliament Hill, we will be hearing from the Conservative Party leader at 1 p.m. Eastern, Pierre Poilievre, and his deputy whip, Chris Warkentin, are going to be reacting to this new cabinet, Michael.
Okay, and of course we're going to have both Pierre Poilievre, his news conference, as well as the Prime Minister's news conference in the next hour. But Andrew, stand by. You and I may speak again as this day goes on, but for now, thank you for that, CPAC's Andrew Thompson. Well, I also want to bring into the program right now Marcy Sirk. She is the Chief Strategy Officer and Managing Director at Compass Rose. Before that, she also served as Executive Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs in Justin Trudeau's PMO. Marcy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be with you, Michael. Thanks for having me.
Listen, I want to begin with the names that are not present here. Of course, we now have a whole list of new cabinet ministers, first-timers elected to Parliament, but a lot of names not included this time around. Amongst them, stalwarts like Bill Blair, Jonathan Wilkinson, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. Talk to us about the choice to omit these veterans of Parliament, given the fact that, Mark Carney himself does not really have that much political experience, and certainly not experience in the House.
Well, what we've got here is half rookies, half veterans. And I think what Mr. Carney has been, his team has been signaling, what he's been attempting to do is to actually strike that exact balance between providing change, delivering on change. And that was core to his election victory 2 weeks ago. He himself embodies change, but that team around him, they didn't really look all that fresh to most Canadians. And so he's had this delicate dance, Michael, of having to try to find some other way of signaling and demonstrating change. He is doing that today with all of these newbies. And then, yes, he has maintained some veterans in key portfolios. And that's, to his advantage and to his credit, frankly. You could have thrown the baby out with the bathwater and started anew. But in this instance, he is going to continue to leverage and harness the know-how that he has built in to some of the individuals who are still on that front bench today. So it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, trying to find that sweet spot in the middle where Liberals like to find themselves, I should say, right in the middle of that spectrum.
Does he need to worry about offending people, though? Because in addition to the names I mentioned, there, of course, Karina Gould, who ran for leadership herself. There's Mark Miller, who was a very capable minister in the Trudeau government. Does he need to be worried about resentment being built in caucus?
Leadership is tough. And there is no question in my mind that there are going to be there are already disappointed people out there today, about 30 people who are in this cabinet, but 170 elected Liberal members. That means, the majority of those elected members of caucus are not part of this announcement today. So they are on the outside. And that is a very hard pill to swallow, especially for those who were in positions of prominence as recently as yesterday, and for no fault, no real reason per se, are not in cabinet today. So leadership, that sounds so basic and obvious. Leadership is about making tough choices. Mr. Carney and his team, no doubt, have weighed all of these considerations at considerable length over the last number of weeks. Probably this process began even before the election, I would submit. They've been thinking through who is the right fit for right now. Each ministry is really meant to be a reflection of the moment they are sworn in. So who is the right, what is the right bench and the right team for this moment? Mr. Carney has made the tough determination that this is the crew that meets this moment for him and for Canada. There are other roles. There are other important roles. Cabinet is not the be-all and end-all. There are critical roles within caucus leadership, House leadership, party leadership, and I would anticipate that some of those individuals who are not at Rideau Hall right now will find themselves in other positions of leadership, because again, the majority of caucus is not in cabinet. That does not mean that there isn't a heavy lift for others in other places.
Mm-hmm. When you say that, immediately in my mind pops in a name like Carlos Leitao. Of course, former Quebec finance minister, was considered a successful finance minister in the province, in fact recruited by Mark Carney, and yet Mr. Carney still chooses to stay with François-Philippe Champagne. What's the logic behind that, do you think?
A finance minister and a prime minister have to find some kind of marriage of the minds. They really have to be in a true partnership in order for that relationship to work. Monsieur Champagne and Mr. Carney have worked together. They worked very closely together over the course of Mr. Carney's leadership tenure. Mr. Carney must believe that he and Monsieur Champagne share this vision, that they will be able to both challenge one another on decision making, but ultimately come to the right outcomes. I agree with you, Michael. Mr. Leitao, clearly a very qualified candidate. Most observers, myself included, would have anticipated a role for him in the cabinet today. But as I said before, there isn't enough space for everyone in cabinet. There are other roles. Mr. Leitao clearly will play some form of leadership role given his experience. We'll see what that is, not in this spot, not at this moment. Finance is also a very, very tough job to parachute a rookie into. We saw the former government do that with Bill Morneau, and Bill Morneau performed admirably, but it's a steep learning curve. That is not an entry-level position. So perhaps Mr. Leitao will find his way into that chair, although he was a provincial minister, not a federal MP previously, and doesn't have that federal experience. Perhaps gaining a little experience and traction in Ottawa will allow for him to grow and flourish in the days ahead. But I would still anticipate him playing some form of advisory role to Mr. Carney, and certainly as a key interface with the Quebec government.
Mm-hmm. A key interface Quebec government. It does make me wonder as well, because we have here a prime minister who, of course, campaigned on an economic focus for this country, promising to move things faster than Canadians are used to usher in change quicker than we might anticipate. You talk about an advisory role for Mr. Leitao. He's not the only finance minister in the Liberal caucus. We also have Charles Sousa, who is a former Ontario finance minister as well. What kind of roles do you see evolving for them beyond advisory role? What kind of concrete roles can they play for this government to meet the agenda that Mr. Carney has set out for his government?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, in the Liberal caucus, and this will sound like a partisan comment, I don't mean for it to, but the Liberal caucus is blessed with considerable experience and talent on the bench. It has a deeper bench today than it maybe has in other times. And so Mr. Carney will be able to pick and choose from any number of individuals who bring considerable experience and talent to bear. So that is a good thing, ultimately, not only for the Liberal Party, but for the government and for Canadians to see this many talented people stepping forward into public life and public office. With respect to those individuals, again, I don't want to speculate too much. I don't know exactly where they will end up, but I would say there are key roles to play within Parliament. Certainly there will be, Parliament is back on the 26th of May. That feels, it's like tomorrow practically. We are going to have key roles to play and fill on committees, committee chairs, leads on committees, parliamentary secretaries to all of these ministers. Some of them will have economic roles and portfolios naturally attached to them because they will be the voice in Parliament for the ministers of finance or industry as a go forward. So, again, without speculating too widely, I would say simply that there are still many important roles left to fill, and key roles within the Commons matter a lot to getting the government's agenda through, particularly in a minority parliament.
Mm-hmm. I talked about the economic agenda that was Mr. Carney has set forth for his own government, Marcy. I'm wondering how this cabinet, in your viewpoint, what type of signal it sends to the business community about how serious Mr. Carney is about moving his agenda forward and quickly.
I think all of the signals being sent to the business community should be interpreted as positive. Mr. Carney himself, from first instance, has made very clear that he intends to listen to and be closer to corporate Canada than his predecessor. He is attempting to run the government much more like a business. That is part of the streamlining exercise that we have seen today, a smaller, tighter cabinet, leaner and meaner. He is very, very key. He is clued into that the fact that the business community did not feel like they were seen or heard under Mr. Trudeau. I don't know that I agree with that entirely, but that is certainly the sentiment and the view, pervasive view within corporate Canada. And Mr. Carney has signaled that he intends for that to shift and change. He is very clear that the government of Canada will be reliant on corporate Canada as a partner to help drive his core economic priority, which is one nation, one economy. We saw that Minister LeBlanc even styled with that moniker today. There are obviously constitutional issues that get raised when you talk about one nation, one economy in a federation like ours. But I think the sentiment is widely understood that we have to break down interprovincial trade barriers to be stronger as a sovereign nation. And the business community is going to be really, really critical to delivering on any of those pieces for Mr. Carney. So I would hope corporate Canada sees today as a positive. I think some of the ministers, particularly Tim Hodgson going in at natural resources, should be well received, certainly by those in the resource sectors. We know we need to get our commodities to market. We are going to have a minister who understands that, who has played a role in that from the other side of the table, so to speak. Now he'll be at the big table in the cabinet room, bringing those interests forward on behalf of stakeholders. I think this is all net positive.
Marcy, I always appreciate the insight. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, we'll chat soon. That's Marcy Sturks. Well, let's bring back the panel to talk about what we just witnessed at Rideau Hall. I'll begin with general impressions here, in particular the names that have been chosen to be part of this cabinet. Rob, what stands out for you?
Well, if you look at his priorities, as far as I was concerned, the priorities were national unity and the relationship with the United States and national prosperity. National unity, who is going to be the interlocutor with Alberta on getting its resources to market? And we see that it's Tim Hodgson. Important, former head of Hydro One. He knows the energy sector. He knows Mr. Carney very well. They both worked at Goldman Sachs, but Mr. Carney recruited him as an advisor at the Bank of Canada. So there's obviously a very close relationship between the two of them. So I thought that was noteworthy. In terms of the front bench to deal with the United States, there's been a swap between Anita Anand and Melanie Joly. So Anita Anand goes into foreign affairs, Melanie Joly goes to industry. She wants an industrial portfolio. She wanted to get some sort of economic pedigree going. She has leadership ambitions. She put those aside for Mr. Carney, but I don't think, given her age, that those ambitions have subsided entirely. In terms of the size of this cabinet, I noted that Mr. Trudeau's first cabinet was 31 people. Mr. Harper's was 26 people. There tends to be cabinet inflation over time. So if this is the smallest that Mr. Carney's cabinet is going to get, I don't think we can call it lean and focused, which is what the sobriquets were given to his first cabinet when it was, what was it, 24, 25 people?
Yeah, 26, I think.
That's right. So this is not lean and focused. I thought he might use the secretaries of state to be, in effect, managing directors. He comes from the business world. Managing directors run operations on a minute-by-minute basis, while cabinet ministers might have acted as a CEO. I don't see that, given the kinds of roles that the secretaries of state have. So not exactly lean and focused.
Yeah, not lean and focused. We'll pick up on a couple of the other points. Catherine, pour vous?
On avait dit que ça allait être un travail
we were told that it would be a balancing act for Mark Carney. I think we can see that when you look at each region. They're all represented. Alberta less, but there were fewer candidates there. Nine ministers from Quebec, 14 from Ontario, Labrador, NWT. So most of the regions seem to be represented. 5 from BC. Parity is attained, 14 men, 14 women, 15 if you count Mark Carney, but it's 50-50. Several new faces, some well-known faces. As we were saying earlier, I think he's been successful in managing a balance to try not to annoy too many people, to please others. Of course, there are some people sitting at home who are a bit disappointed. We know the names. You've mentioned several of them. Andrew talked about Elizabeth Bruyere from Sherbrooke. She's not a big name. She's not a pillar, a heavy hitter, but she's loyal. She's been there for some time. I might have thought that she might be appointed as a minister or a secretary of state. She hasn't been. So that's strange, perhaps. But we do see that that it has been a balancing act. Laurie.
Well, this is a big group of people. I don't see this as like pared down at all. This is a big group of people. For better or for worse, we will see. I thought it was very interesting, just to pick up on some comments that Rob had made around Anand is now going to be part of that team who's going to be going down to the White House and having these visits and dealing with the whole Trump situation. And so when we saw Carney's visit to the Oval Office last week, I think it was last week. Time is moving very strangely now.
Month, yes.
And Melanie Joly was there. Like there is now going to be a change to that team, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of effect that has. But heck of a day for Anita Anand. You could see how happy she was. No one is happier than Champagne, I think. But you can see some of these people are just honestly seem very happy to be there. I think you can see, pretty clearly a team that's going to be focused on the Trump trade Canada-U.S. relationship issue, which Dominic LeBlanc is clearly going to be the key champion of. And then you can also see, I think, a team that would naturally crop up around national unity and internal trade and working on issues that will keep the country together throughout all of this. And then some of the appointments around things that the government has to do that are really important, that aren't necessarily totally front and center on one of those overlying issues. And so for Nova Scotia, like to have the Attorney General and Minister of Justice and also Minister for Immigration, key files that the government is going to be working on that, again, don't necessarily plug into those national unity or Canada-US themes, but are really important. So, yeah, I mean, again, a lot of people. We'll have to sit down and go through the list and try to come up with little groupings of them to remember who they all are, because it's a big list.
It is a big list. Geneviève?
Je vais continuer sur ce que Laurie a
I'll
dit.
pick up on what Laurie's just said.
Si on cherche quelque chose, on va le trouver.
If you're looking for something, you'll find it. There are people who've been there for a long time, new faces. Those who have done a good job have been rewarded. Anita Anand, for example, and Gary Anandansangsi. That's a big promotion for him from Justice to Public Safety. He's going to be in the White House
Because I was actually at the White House last week, and I was in the Oval Office when they were meeting, and there was Dominic LeBlanc, David McGuinty, you had François-Philippe Champagne and Melanie Joly, and thinking about today, it would be Anita Anand instead of Joly there, and it would be Ananda Sangari over McGuinty. So you're right, they will be the ones in the White House negotiating.
Oui. Mais M. McGuinty s'en va à la défense.
Mr. McGuinty is going to defense, so that's a promotion. Defense will be very, very important for Canada in the future. So there are new faces. Ms. de Brusen from the Ontario Environment. We don't know her very well. She speaks French pretty well. She's going to be the new spokesperson for the environment for the government. That's interesting. If there's one disappointment that I have is that there's no one apart from Dominique Leblanc, who's a francophone from outside Quebec. Stephen Guilbeault is at official languages, so I think that official language communities outside Quebec will be disappointed. Council Treasury Board is a new person as well, and they're responsible for implementing the Official Languages Act, especially New Brunswick, who is very, very disappointed to see official languages disappear. Ginette Petitpas-Taylor's no longer there. Mark Carney's previous appointment is no longer there. So for official languages, I have some questions. I don't think it's going to be a priority for this government.
Of all of these choices, right? Because we're just getting the first blushes of it. And I will say a couple of things struck me, and among them was Marjorie Michel, because here is now the Minister of Health, a first-time parliamentarian, a huge portfolio, so that's something that I'll be watching very closely. Another thing that struck me, if you are creating a cabinet to signal change, in the front row was Leblanc, Joly, François-Philippe Champagne, Anand, Haidu, Guilbeault, Fraser, Freeland. That was the front row. So if you're trying to signal change, it was like, well, welcome back to 2015. So it was one of those signals for me. And the next observation I will say, and this is more a question mark, there are two Alberta MPs elected in this Commons. One makes it to cabinet, the other doesn't. Is that a tactical error given the challenge right now with Alberta on the national unity front, Rob?
It depends on whether or not Mr. Hodgson can deliver in terms of getting the resource to market. I suspect, given his reputation as a deal maker, a guy who knows business and a guy who knows the energy community, that there will be a great deal of confidence placed in him in terms of mollifying, placating, in some ways assuaging or attenuating the desire for independence or secession that's growing in Alberta. The other name that struck me was Gregor Robertson as Minister of Housing. This was an issue that the Conservatives gained considerable ground on over the last couple of years. They managed to, I think, attract a lot of new voters, younger voters between 30 and 45, people who feel like they've been priced out of the housing market. Mr. Robertson was mayor of Vancouver. Vancouver had a real problem with affordable housing, a real problem with homelessness, a problem with development charges as well, development taxes. He knows the problems. I'm not sure if he's developed solutions. So it'll be interesting to see if he can learn from some of the problems at Vancouver, one of the first cities in the country to deal with some real serious homelessness. If he can learn from that, because solutions weren't applied while he was mayor of Vancouver.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting choice. And when you talk about Gregor Robertson, he was also rumored as a possible environment minister rather than housing. But here he has housing as opposed to, Nate Erskine-Smith, who as a backbencher had a lot to say about housing. So I think that is most definitely a file that I'll be following very closely. In terms of, you kind of raised some specific, or rather generalities, but in terms of specific portfolios, anyone that you'll be watching closely, Laurie?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to build on what you said about Robertson and housing, I think that's going to be really interesting. Erskine Smith's time as housing minister wasn't enough time for him to do anything. But the minister before that was Sean Fraser.
Yep.
And so that was a key issue for the Liberals that seemed to really contribute to the sense that they were tone deaf. That, and as we said, Pierre Poilievre gained a lot of traction on that issue by being responsive to it. And not at all suggesting that it's all Sean Fraser's fault. I'm just saying that this puts a very different lens on the issue. We know that Carney wants to create a new agency to deal with the federal government's involvement, working with the private sector to work on the federal government's involvement in the supply side of affordable housing. These are big promises that he's made around that key issue. And Robertson will come at it from a Vancouver perspective and also from a big city perspective, whereas Sean Fraser's riding is pretty rural Nova Scotia. And so I think that's one that I'll definitely be interested in to see how that one unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as they try to marry this idea of modular housing in urban centers that are already built up. I think that'll be interesting. I will point out the fact that we are taking one more look inside Rideau Hall, because as you can see, they're about to take the family portrait, if you will, of the 30th cabinet. You see there the Governor General in front, as well as the Prime Minister. At least you did. There's Sean Fraser, as you were talking about him earlier, Laurie. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening at Rideau Hall, but we'll wait for the camera to steady there so none of you get seasick at home. But we'll have that for you here as soon as it happens. And again, we are now counting down, or waiting for rather, the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to give his take on the cabinet that was just sworn in. But Catherine and Geneviève, I will say, François-Philippe Champagne chosen as the finance minister. We heard Marcy Surkes talk about the close relationship. There has to be some simpatico between the Prime Minister and that portfolio. But again, Carlos Leitão, he was rumored to be, in good running to be the finance minister overlooked here for François-Philippe Champagne.
Et il peut pas y avoir deux ministres des Finances,
You can't
évidemment.
have two ministers of finance. Not everybody can be a minister, we know that. But it is something which is very surprising. He wasn't considered for a ministerial role. That's surprising. And Mr. Champagne has become a pillar of this government, a stalwart of the government. I'm sure Geneviève agrees with me. Mélanie Joly and Minister Champagne, both of them, now they have major roles to play, even if Mélanie Joly has changed department. But these are big names. They are. Ms. Joly will be happy with her new portfolio. She wants to garner an economic profile. Mr. Champagne has a major role. Both need each other. Politically speaking, Mr. Champagne has given a lot to Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney is now paying back that debt. Very often, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have a very tight-knit role or relationship, because the Prime Minister needs the advice of the Finance Minister. In this case, it might not be so much the case, but perhaps be in the work in the other direction. Mr. Champagne might be consulting Mr. Carney more, but I think we're going to see a lot of Mr. Carney on economic issues. This is all speculation. We might wonder how Mr. Leitão would have interacted with Mr. Carney. How would he have acted? We'll never know. But what I'm surprised by is that he wasn't appointed Secretary of State. That would have allowed him to learn, because it's a difficult jump to become a minister, especially Minister of Finance, right off the bat. Appointing him as a Secretary of State would have been perhaps a good stepping stone for him. However, let's wait for the parliamentary committees. The Parliament will resume. There'll be the chairs of the committees. They'll be elected. Mr. Leitão will probably be the chair of the Finance Committee, as Mr. Sousa currently is or was. We'll see what happens. But it's a bit surprising, nevertheless.
The Liberals do have a deep bench when it comes to finance and the ways you can deploy them. Marcy Surkes saying as much. And I do wonder, Rob, because you were here when Mark Carney was the Bank of Canada governor. And so when you look at his time as the Bank of Canada governor, one, I think it's safe to presume he's going to have a very deep interest in the way finance is actually run in this country. Finance, industry, any of the financial portfolios he's going to be very much interested in, if not involved in his own way. Do you think his time at the Bank of Canada gives us any type of insight as to how he might deploy those departments and those ministries as Prime Minister?
I would suggest that, unlike the last 9 or 10 years, we are going to have a Prime Minister who's going to be deeply involved in the finance and economic portfolios. I note with interest he created a full ministry for artificial intelligence. This is something that Mark Carney is passionate about. He believes, given our access to power, and clean power in particular, that Canada can be an AI superpower. That was an interesting creation in terms of a new ministry. But we were talking about Mr. Leitao a little bit. Did he really run to be a backbencher? Did he really do that? I know Claude Gay a little bit. I know some people know him, and he didn't necessarily expect to go in. Even though he's chief executive at IBM Canada, he didn't expect to go into cabinet. I would love to have been a fly on the wall to overhear the discussions between Mr. Carney and Mr. Leitao.
And knowing that he's not at the beginning of his career.
68 years old. Yeah. Although those of us in our 60s believe this, 60 is a new 40, of course. But did he really do that? Did he go back into politics to be? I'd be surprised. And I think Geneviève is right. I think he'd make an excellent chair of the Finance Committee, for instance. He might do that, or he may play some other economic role. Clearly, this is a man who did have the ear of the Prime Minister. I expect that he'll be playing some prominent economic role.
Yeah, and more than does he want, do you want to be a backbencher? Where with Mr. Gay, he could. There's an argument to be made. I'm learning the ropes of politics. I'm learning the ropes of Parliament. But in Mr. Leitao's case, having come from the National Assembly in Quebec, he comes with his own political pedigree and his experience that he could bring to the table. So I think that adds to, and it does make me wonder. Whenever you have not a majority government in this case, but a near majority government in this case, but whenever you have this number of MPs, it is such a difficult balancing act of how you meet aspirations and not create resentments that come in and come out sideways in your government and gets you into trouble down the road. So it is one of the things I wonder about, including the former ministers in the Trudeau era who were competent ministers. So we'll see where that goes. There's also I want to ask about the speed, because that was such a big part of Mr. Carney's election campaign, that change would be coming quickly, that we would be transforming this country at rates that we had never seen before. And it's a bit difficult because on the one hand we're watching this swearing-in ceremony, much like others that we have watched. Is there anything in place here that we see that can create that change, or is that change going to be Prime Minister Carney standing in the background and saying, do it faster, get the job done? When you look at the structure of this government, Laurie, does anything indicate that things are going to change as quickly as Mr. Carney promised it would?
I think it's hard to tell based on a list of ministers. I think once we see his approach to the cabinet committee structure, because I don't know at this point whether he's going to use a priorities and planning type thing. The approach where he's got ministers and then ministers of state seems to suggest to me, even though there's a whole bunch of people, that he's going to try to create some structure here where there are key decision makers and then there are people who perhaps meet less frequently and that kind of thing. And so I think once we see that, we'll be able to see where his priorities will start to be given expression. But I do think he's created these expectations around quick implementation. I think one of the key criticisms of the Trudeau government was lack of follow-through on implementation, though the ideas were great, right? Or maybe some people think that, some people don't. But so I think the pressure on Carney to do something quickly. I don't think he can go to the White House another time and not have a result, even though the first meeting seemed to set a good tone. So I think the expectations on him are going to be pretty high.
Expectations, which brings me to a point which I do want to raise in a moment, but I'm going to ask our control room to put up the image right now of the foyer of the House of Commons, because again, this is where we are going to hear from the Conservative leader. If we there's the foyer. So we are expecting to hear from the Conservative leader. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern. We're now almost 7 minutes past that mark, so obviously delayed, but we'll bring you there as soon as it happens. And I know the people at this table have busy schedules, so I'm going to continue our discussion, but I'm going to do an advance thank you to Rob Rousseau, Geneviève Tellier, and Laurie Turnbull, because I know once Pierre Poilievre starts speaking, you're probably going to have to take off rather quickly. So that's my advance thank you to you. And Catherine, you don't get a reprieve. You're stuck here with me. So we'll bring Pierre Poilievre as soon as that begins. But I want to pick up on a point that you were talking about, Laurie, about expectations. Is there a greater pressure on this government, given the fact that Mr. Carney was able to essentially pull the Liberal Party out from near death to come back and deliver a government, again, near majority government. But on top of that, the threat of Donald Trump, because that was the backbone of his campaign and the economic challenge. Is there extra pressure on this government, unlike past governments? Geneviève?
Oui, pour moi c'est clair.
I think there clearly is the pressure from Canadians. Canadians elected this government, Quebecers who forwent supporting the Bloc to support the Liberals. They did that for a specific reason. They want results. Last week, with his trip to Washington, Mr. Carney faced his first problem. I've had a meeting with Donald Trump about what I do for people who are losing their jobs. We're starting to see economic indicators coming out. Unemployment's up. People are losing their jobs. We're putting a brake on all sorts of decisions. What's the government got for them? So he's going to have to act very quickly. And unfortunately for Mr. Carney, he doesn't have a 4-year mandate. He's probably got about 2 years. Will he be able to do everything he wants to do in 2 years? He's going to have to make strategic decisions to focus on specific sectors and not others. But there's a lot of pressure. He intends to table his budget very quickly. We'll see. But if he tables it in the next 2 weeks, for example, it'll show that he means business. But never has the threat been so big for Canada, you know, from our American neighbors. So it's quite natural that there be pressure on our government to perform. People have voted for it, for that. The threat is real and it's huge. So he has to perform. It's a government that doesn't have any other choice. It has to perform. Laurie.
What do you say about the pressure on this government?
I think that there's a sense that they've gotten this kind of extra mandate, right? It was almost like the Liberals were headed for sure defeat, perhaps disastrous defeat. And there was a certain, I think for some people, like they didn't get to the majority. They nearly did. But it's amazing from Carney's perspective he was able to do this. But still, there's a sense of the Liberal government is being given a 4th term under a new leader because the circumstances we're in really require the leadership of this particular person. Like there's a sense of qualifier around it, I find. Like this is, and so I think you can hear in Carney's rhetoric as well, the focus on the crisis. We're in a crisis situation. And so he's using that framework to say, here are all the things I'm going to do, here are the approaches I'm going to take. And I think he will have quite a bit of license because of this crisis narrative, but at the same time, I think it really puts a lot of pressure on him to make progress on some of the things that people are really afraid about, and also things that they feel the Trudeau government didn't manage to get through.
Mm-hmm. Rob, what do you say about the pressure?
You know, new governments come in and they have plans, and very soon they find out that Canada is a very difficult country to govern, and that things hit them that they never expect, whether they're economic crises or foreign policy crises. The threat to Canada is external and internal. The external threat is, of course, the tariffs from Mr. Trump and his designs on Canada. The internal threat is Alberta. So if you look at what he needs to do right away, he needs to come up with some sort of arrangement with Mr. Trump to either ease the tariffs or push them off for a little while we negotiate a new agreement. He needs to show Alberta. He's not going to build a pipeline while he's in office. Pipeline's a 5 to 10 year project, but he has to begin. He has to show good faith. At least one, probably 2 pipelines have to be approved, and construction has to begin. He will help the province of Ontario. There are lots of people who are going to lose their jobs in the automotive industry, welders, other people like that, who can be used to help build pipelines. There's a couple of standards. What's coming at him? He's promised to do something about internal trade by July 1st. For that, he's got to chair a G7 meeting where Donald Trump is coming to essentially shake the pillars right to their foundations of the world order that's brought us peace and prosperity over the last 80 years. Other than that, he doesn't have much to do, Mr. Carney.
Well, before the end of 2025, but yes.
Si je peux me permettre, qu'il va, pour ce qui est du dossier des pipelines, qui,
on the pipeline file, and he said this several times, this is an essential file. He's going to have the Bloc in his way. That won't be easy. He can't annoy Quebecers or Alberta either, so it's going to have to juggle again and strike a balance. This won't be easy.
Although, you know, I think we'll have to see that. You know, what's interesting here, too, is new governments, you talk about they come in with big dreams. Generally speaking, new governments have a honeymoon period, and there tends to be a down period and a down time. Obviously not the case, because the election was just 2 weeks ago. We're now swearing in the government. We, as you mentioned, the G7, that's just a few weeks away. Parliament returns the week after next. So it's a packed timeline. So beyond the pressure, is there a grace period? Is there a honeymoon? Or is Mr. Carney up against the wall from day one, Geneviève?
Il va probablement avoir une période de lune de miel.
Well, there will be a honeymoon period. I think there will be one.
Il travaille très vite.
But he's working very quickly. So will the honeymoon period be shorter because he's going to put forward ideas that might be popular, might be unpopular? They haven't had much time to prepare a plan. They developed their platform, which wasn't very comprehensive. The figures were a bit wobbly. He doesn't seem to have a clear vision. Mr. Carney has his vision, but he wasn't able to explain it clearly in his platform document. Very often the platform document is used as a guide for the first months and year of the government. He doesn't have that, so that's going to really be a problem. The danger for this government, I think, is for it to try to do too much, and then people will start to wonder, where is this government going? What's its direction? So the honeymoon period could be shorter this time than it normally would for any other government.
How long this government will last, right? It's aided by the fact that the Democrats right now have a struggle to figure out how they're going to move forward. The Conservatives have to sort out the not leadership question, but getting Pierre Poilievre back in the House of Commons.
I actually think it's going to be a very strong and stable minority government, to paraphrase Stephen Harper. He's a couple of votes shy. There doesn't his tormentors, his chief tormentors in Parliament, the Conservative Party has got to do some real soul searching about its future. The New Democrats are doing some real soul searching about its future as well. So honeymoon, no, because as soon as you make a decision, you're going to vex, frustrate, anger a large portion of the population. But in terms of the political danger to him, no one party holds the balance of power. He can make deals. I don't think the Conservatives would ever vote against anything that accelerates pipeline development, for instance. You make deals on each issue with different parties. So he should be fine, barring a major crisis, like the one that could be presented by a national unity crisis in Alberta. And even there, Mr. Poilievre is going to have to be very, very careful. He's running in Crowfoot, where there is a great deal of, I think, support for the notion of secession. He's going to have to be very clear, very early, that he disagrees with those in the province of Alberta, that Canada first, Canada last, Canada always wasn't just a slogan during the campaign.
Very quickly for both of you, honeymoon period pressure, whichever you want to address.
Peut-être, mais il y a aussi qu'il ne peut pas se permettre de faire des erreurs.
But he can't afford to make any mistakes, especially negotiating with the US, because if he gets it wrong, what will happen? The threat is huge, so no mistakes in the negotiation process. In tariffs, he can't drop them, he can't get that wrong either. So it creates a lot of pressure on him right off the bat. And if there's pressure, it's a problem for him. Normally there's a period of grace where there's a honeymoon period. People won't give him the benefit of the doubt very long, not in the current circumstances. I don't know if you agree, Geneviève. I think that Mr. Carney will do things and things will happen to him as well. There are other crises that might occur. The government will have a plan, it'll draft a plan, and something will happen. We just remember the pandemic, and that really threw the government off kilter. We don't know what's going to happen this time, we can't tell. But that could be an issue. It's a minority government. I think it'll be stable at the start. I'm not sure that it'll last very long either. The other parties want to seek their revenge. After 4 terms, the Liberals are due to lose. I think that no matter how long the government lasts, the government really won't last 4 years. I don't think it'll go as far as 4 years. And he might want even to call an early election. If he thinks that he can win a majority, at some point he might call early elections. We don't know Mr. Carney now. We're going to learn to get to know him. Perhaps he'll have a majority government. Lots of things could happen. People might cross the floor. There might be some new seats. The Liberals might win them. That's already happened at the provincial level, so that's not impossible.
I don't think it's a honeymoon period for him as much as it is people are putting their trust in him. And it's very much based on the competence, the very unique skills and experiences that Carney has, as opposed to some kind of really like sentimental period. Like when we remember when Trudeau came in and it was this kind of sunny ways, people were happy. He went to GAC that day and he was like crowd surfing almost. It was people were just kind of in love with him. And I don't think that that's the same feeling now, even though you could see happiness today. There's a seriousness to it. And so I don't think it's a honeymoon period as much as it's that people are looking at him and thinking, I hope you're the guy who can get us out of this mess, because we need to start seeing how you're going to do that. And so I think it's a bit more like that.
Il faut voir aussi, vous en avez parlé, combien de temps les autres partis mettront pour se
remains to be seen how long the other parties will take to rebuild the NDP, and even the Conservatives and the Bloc, which lost a lot of seats. They have to lick their wounds. They have to look inward and think about why. There are elections coming in Quebec as well. The PQ has criticized the Bloc. Perhaps this relationship has to be reviewed. While the other parties are busy doing that, there'll perhaps be less pressure on the government, but it will come one day and pretty quickly. Sooner or later.
Him some time, but as you point out, Rob, he has a lot of pressures to deal with in the interim, so a lot to be watching for. Now, I'm going to say that we're getting word that Pierre Poilievre is delayed, and we're still waiting for the Prime Minister to appear at Rideau Hall. Now, let's quickly show people at home what we're waiting for, beginning with Rideau Hall, because this is where Prime Minister Carney, along with his new cabinet, will be addressing members of the media. We're expecting that in the next half hour or so. Similarly, if we go to the House of Commons now, the foyer of the House of Commons, that is where we are waiting for Pierre Poilievre to take to the microphone as well to get his reaction to the cabinet just appointed. Pierre Poilievre, of course, no longer opposition leader, having failed to win his seat in the House of Commons, but still the Conservative leader, so we'll have that for you. And of course, we'll have Mark Carney as well as his new cabinet. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to return you to regular programming. Again, Geneviève, Laurie, Rob, thank you for that. Catherine, you get to stay. We're going to send you back to regular programming. We will be back with both Pierre Poilievre and Prime Minister Mark Carney as soon as they take to the podium. You are watching the Cable Public Affairs channel, CPAC.
Du commerce Canada, États-Unis. Les affaires
into gas. You know that we have invested into LNG terminals, for instance, so that we
The swearing in of Canada's 30th cabinet, the second time that Mark Carney has sworn in an executive council, the first since winning a mandate from Canadians just 2 weeks ago in the general election. And as expected, we are looking at a cabinet of less than 30 ministers, but aided by 10 secretaries of state, so junior ministers, if you will. And you're looking at them gathering right now. We did see the swearing in earlier today, and at this point, we're waiting to hear from Mark Carney himself to address members of the media to talk about his cabinet. In all, 28 ministers, 15 are new to the cabinet. We have, in fact, a mixture of both veteran cabinet ministers and newly elected members of parliament called to the Executive Council. And if you take a look there, you see, for example, to the left of your screen, Gary Nandasangri, and then Stephen Guilbeault as the camera now zooms in, but right beside Mr. Guilbeault was Evan Solomon, of course, a former broadcaster who was elected in this past election, now joined in cabinet as the Minister for Artificial Intelligence. So a big portfolio for Mr. Carney, given on to a newbie to the front benches, if you will, and also to Parliament, Evan Solomon. And as you see there, the next row coming in, you see François-Philippe Champagne, who retains his position as Minister of Finance. That was extended to him in the first Carney cabinet just 2 months ago. You see there standing up as well, Chrystia Freeland to the left of your screen. She remains in cabinet, the former Deputy Prime Minister, also former Finance Minister, now taken over by François-Philippe Champagne. She retains her role in cabinet, looking over both transport and internal trade. Melanie Joly there in the white suit towards the right of your screen, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, moved on to industry, in fact swapping the position with the woman who held her current role, Anita Anand, who again is now Foreign Minister. And as we see in the back of your camera, Mark Carney is now making his way in front of Rideau Hall. This is the first news conference for his second Executive Council, his now newly sworn in cabinet. Let's take a listen to Mark Carney and the event as it unfolds at Rideau Hall.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good
Hello,
afternoon,
everyone.
It is with great honor and greater humility that I have accepted the Governor General's request to form a new government. And I share this responsibility with the members of Canada's new federal cabinet. I'm going to applaud them. Canadians elected this new government with a strong mandate to define a new economic and security relationship with the United States and to build a stronger economy for all Canadians. Canadians also sent a clear message that their cost of living must come down and that our communities must be safe. The swearing in of this cabinet is amongst the fastest following an election, and the beginning of the new parliament will be one of the most rapid following an election in Canadian history. We are starting as we aim to go on. Our government will deliver its mandate for change with urgency and determination. We're going to deliver that mandate with a new team, purpose-built for this hinge moment in Canada's history. This cabinet is smaller and more focused than those of previous governments. It will operate with a commitment to true cabinet government, with everyone expected and empowered to show leadership, to bring new ideas, to have a clear focus, and to take decisive actions to accomplish their work. In a return to more traditional cabinet government, our cabinet will be supported by 10 secretaries of state who will lead on key priorities within their ministers' portfolios. Nous allons gouverner en tant qu'équipe.
We will govern as a team around the cabinet table and in caucus, and will work in a constructive way with all the parties in the House.
The decisions made by this new parliament, which starts on the 26th of May, will be critical to Canada's future. Our new government's core priorities will be outlined on the 27th of May by His Majesty King Charles III in the speech from the throne. Nous allons travailler avec
We'll
l'ensemble de nos
work
partenaires
with
pour atteindre
all
nos
partners to reach our goals and to make the changes that Canadians have voted for. Canada is more than one nation. It's a confederation based on the bringing together of French, English, and Aboriginal peoples. Our government's approach will reflect that reality.
We will govern as a cabinet constructively and collaboratively, working with caucus and across parties in Parliament to deliver the change that Canadians want and desire. Our new government will be a strong and reliable partner to the provinces, the territories, and to Indigenous peoples. We will reinforce bridges across labor, business, and civil society. And together, we will advance the nation-building investments that will support the core mission of this government, which is to create the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Alors que nos travailleurs et nos entreprises continuent de faire
As
face
our
aux
workers and our
tariffs
companies continue to face unjustified American tariffs, my government will fight for Canada
pour que le Canada
so that Canada
obtienne le meilleur accord.
can get the best possible deal.
Pour le faire, nous
To do
allons
that
prendre le temps
will take the
nécessaire,
necessary time,
mais sans plus.
but not more than that. At the same time,
Nous allons renforcer
we
nos
will work
relations.
to strengthen our relationship with reliable partners.
Le Canada
Canada
a ce dont le monde
has what the world needs,
et nous défendons
and
les
we
valeurs
will
que le monde
defend the values that the world respects. We will strengthen our own economy, an economy which will create jobs, which will
et qui
lead to increased wages, and which is resilient in the face of shocks. To get there, we'll build one single Canadian economy, not 13. By Canada Day, my government will have done its share in what's needed to reach that goal.
closely with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. Projects that will connect Canada, deepen our ties with the world, and grow our economy for generations. That work will be the primary focus of the first ministers' meeting that's due to take place on the 2nd of June in Saskatoon. My government will also take immediate action with immediate legislation out of 13. In everything, we will be guided by our conviction that our economy is only strong when it serves everyone. That means bringing down costs for all Canadians. It means making life more affordable and helping everyone to get ahead. To those end, my last government's first act was to cancel the consumer carbon tax. In this new Parliament, our new government will put more money in Canadians' pockets with a middle-class tax cut that will take effect by Canada Day, saving two-income families up to $825 a year. We will also cut the GST on homes under $1 million for first-time home buyers and lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, helping to promote the goal of affordable home ownership. But that goal can only truly be achieved by doubling the rate of home building in this country. So we will build homes faster at lower costs with a smaller environmental footprint in construction and greater efficiency once families move in. And in that process, we will create an entirely new Canadian housing industry in modular and prefab housing using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. My government will work relentlessly to keep Canada secure as a sovereign nation and to keep Canadians safe in their communities. We will build a stronger Canadian Armed Forces to defend every inch of our territory through unprecedented investments in land, air, sea, and cyberspace. We will strengthen Canadian law enforcement and border security, including with 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new border security officers. And we will toughen the criminal code for those threatening the safety of Canadians, including making bail harder to get for those charged with stealing cars, with home invasion, or with human trafficking. Nous allons bâtir la confiance en notre
We'll
système de
build
justice.
trust in our justice system, and we'll do the same thing with our immigration system. We will restore immigration to reasonable rates by capping the number of foreign temporary workers and students, international students coming to Canada. In everything we do, we will be guided by new fiscal discipline. Our government will spend less so that Canadians can invest more. This work is already underway, and our new government will double down on its efforts starting tomorrow at the first meeting of Cabinet. Canadians gave us the mandate to make major change, and quickly, and to build. I will work hard, unstintingly, to earn their trust.
In this past election, more than 1,900 people put their names on a ballot, and more than 19 million Canadians marked those ballots with their choice. And every vote counted. So whether you voted for this government or not, we are in your service, in the service of building a stronger, more united Canada. We will build and we will govern for all Canadians. Build big, build bold, build now. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Carney, Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada.
Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Pourquoi est-ce que Mélanie Joly n'était
Why was Mélanie Joly no longer the best person to deal with the White House? Well, Ms. Joly has many talents. She has talents in foreign affairs and also in the relationship with the White House and the Americans, with the Americans and Mr. Rubio, her counterpart. But at the same time, Ms. Joly has a lot of experience as a cabinet minister. She has a lot of experience in terms of economic issues as well. And basically, our government is a government that will be laser focused on the Canadian economy. We have to resolve the issue with the Americans. That's true, of course we do, but the person who has to have the best relationship with the White House is the Prime Minister. For the time being, it's me. I'll ask you in English now.
un désaveu, like you would say in French? In English on Mélanie.
You want me to answer in English?
Yes, if you can just repeat in
This
English.
is a first. Okay, so Radio-Canada is asking
No,
for
no,
translation.
that's not my follow-up. That's not my follow-up.
The point is that Madame Joly and all the members of the cabinet, particularly the most experienced members of the cabinet, have many talents and very much experience and can play many roles. The relations with the Americans, and of course including the relations with the Americans, where she has played a very important role. The person who has the relationship you asked specifically about the White House, of course, is the Prime Minister with the President, and I'm the Prime Minister, so I play that role. But I want to emphasize one other thing I said in French, which you heard, which is this is a government that, of course, we have to address and come to a new arrangement with the Americans. Il faut régler cette situation. But our primary focus is on the economy, and our primary focus is on the Canadian economy. And we are at the start of an industrial transformation, a transformation of this economy. And Madame Joly, as Minister of Industry, is going to help lead that in concert with the other members of the Cabinet and myself.
Vous nommez Dominique Leblanc
You've appointed Dominique Leblanc to Canadian unity. Now, for you, what's the greatest threat for Canada? Is it Donald Trump, or is it the cracks in Canadian unity? Well, look, it's a lovely day, and each challenge brings with it an opportunity. And the greatest opportunity for Canada is to create one single Canadian economy instead of 13. Mr. Leblanc's job, if you like, is to lead that process with the provinces and the territories and the federal government as well to create one single Canadian economy. I think that that's more important than American threats. It's a challenge. Each challenge brings an opportunity with it, doesn't it? But as I've said, each challenge is an opportunity at the same time. And the greatest opportunity for us is to create one single Canadian economy, I think.
CTV News. You're 2 seats shy of 1, but should Canadians expect you to govern like you have a majority?
Thank you for the question. We ran a very clear campaign on our priorities, standing up to the U.S., getting the best possible relationship, security and economic relationship, but then at the core, building the strongest economy in the G7 economy that works for everyone. I enumerated just now some of those, what that translates into specific priorities. You'll hear more of those translations in the speech from the throne, but you will be able to guess what they are, having followed the campaign and what Canadians voted for. I'll remind, not you, you'll know this, but those watching, we receive more votes than anyone else in any election. We are in a position where we have cabinet members from all the provinces. I'm very proud of that, and a cabinet member from full cabinet member from the territories. So we're governing for all Canadians, all regions, with a strong and clear mandate that came out of the election, and that's how we will govern.
Thank you. And so what does tangible progress look like for you when it comes to addressing cost of living concerns in this country? And will there be a barometer such as public mandate letters for Canadians to hold you accountable to?
Well, I think the way Canadians will hold account by their experience at the grocery store, when they're paying their electricity bill, when they or their children are looking for a place to live. So it will be their experiences how they will hold it. They will form those judgments, and then of course accountability comes at the ballot box. Mandate letters, cabinets, cabinet discussions, legislation, regulation, these are just steps to accomplish those ultimate goals. And it's what the experience is of Canadians, Canadian families. That's how they will judge cost of living. I will say one other thing, but there are 2 elements to cost of living. One is the actual cost of things, and the other is, are people's salaries growing? Is their take-home pay increasing? Can they find jobs readily? And those last aspects, we have to focus on those aspects as well. We can act most quickly, most immediately with the middle-class tax cut, which is, as I said in my remarks, we will act by Canada Day. Parliament has to approve it. We'll have to find 2 extra votes in order to get that. But we clearly campaigned on that, and we'll put that forth. But more broadly, what we need to do is build this economy, create great jobs for Canadians. At the same time, costs are held under control. But it's really about jobs and growth in incomes that will help all Canadians get ahead.
Next question, prochaine question.
Sarah Ritchie with the Canadian Press. Given what you just said about trying to find 2 extra votes in Parliament, what efforts are you and your team making to sort of more permanently find those 2 extra votes from other caucuses?
Yeah, maybe I didn't say this quite as explicitly, but I will now, which is that we campaigned hard, we campaigned clearly, we had more than 100 events, we answered media questions at all our events, and gave a very clear platform. So we have a strong mandate. We're going to focus on the issues that are at the core of that mandate. Of course, we'll work with parliamentarians and we'll work with the provinces to move things forward. But we've been elected to do a job. We intend to do it quickly and forcefully. In other words, we have to address this crisis with the Americans, and we have to address the very real challenges in our economy, and we will do that.
Follow-up.
Who will be your key members of your team that help you lead that Canada-U.S. relations file?
I obviously in my role, I take ultimate responsibility for it. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs will play a role. The Minister of Finance, the Minister, Monsieur Leblanc, in his role specifically designated with respect to Canada-U.S. trade, as will the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Public Safety, because there are aspects, and I will say, without going into great detail, that it was a week ago, I guess, when I met with a number of us met with President Trump and his team, and in the broader discussions outside of the Oval Office in the Roosevelt Room, we touched on all those issues: public safety, defense, as well as all aspects of economics and trade. And so it is a real team effort, and I'm remiss in that I hadn't mentioned, and I will now, obviously our ambassador in Washington, who plays a very important role, Ms. Hillman.
Next question.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Gillian Piper with Global News. Interim NDP leader Don Davies told Global News that your government was reaching out and calling NDP individuals about trying to poach them to join your party. Are you trying to poach NDP MPs to join the Liberals?
Look, we, as I said a moment ago, we have a clear mandate. We'll work towards that clear mandate. We're always interested in working with parliamentarians from any of the opposition parties to support that mandate. Obviously, those discussions will intensify as Parliament returns in the course of the next, well, it's less than 2 weeks. So clear mandate, focus on those. Speech from the throne will be quite clear in terms of our priorities. We'll work with Parliament.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, when Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think someone with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
You would be very hard-pressed to make that conclusion from everything I've said and what our priorities are. We have a strong view on housing, a very clear policy, a policy developed with a number of members of the team, including with Mr. Robertson, and I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of experience that we need to tackle some aspects of this problem. One of them is is how the federal government can help get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built. Ultimately, a housing crisis, and it is a crisis, is ultimately solved by supply. We can do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut, but ultimately it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very aggressive objectives on supply, the doubling of the building of supply across Canada. We're going to have to change how we build. And a lot of that expertise, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it is actually been developed in British Columbia. Minister Robertson is very familiar with it. We're going to incorporate that, but in a pan-Canadian strategy to really drive this. Thank you.
Next question.
You'll hear a lot more about it over time. Monsieur.
Bonjour, Raymond Fillon de TVA.
Raymond Fillon, TVA. Several people expected Carlos Leitao to be appointed minister, the former Quebec finance minister. Why did you pass him over? Why is he not part of your team? Well, I know Mr. Leitao well. He's very capable, a lot of experience. I'm very pleased that he's a Liberal member, that he was elected. Cabinet building is tough. A targeted cabinet, a lean cabinet, and to govern in an effective and rapid fashion, that's very difficult. So that means you have to make choices. I've made choices. Mr. Leitao is not a minister, he's not a member of the cabinet, but he's a member of our team, our Liberal team, and we will be working closely with him. Could you speak to the election in the Terrebonne riding that your party won by one vote based on the last count? Apparently there were irregularities. Do you agree that the election should be rerun? Some people were unable to vote by mail. Well, first of all, I think it's better to win by one vote than to lose by one vote. That's the first thing. That's my first observation. There was a judicial review that's just been done, a judicial recount, I think it's called. There is a legal process. It's not up to me to judge a formal process like that one. So the election shouldn't be rerun. It's not up to me to decide that. It's up to Elections Canada to determine that. Let's be clear here. You can't have a situation where the Prime Minister of Canada decides when an election is held. No, or rerun. We have an independent arm's length institution that decides that makes those types of decisions.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Kate McKenna, CBC News. Can you elaborate on why you chose this cabinet in the context of U.S.-Canada relations? What kind of considerations did you take for positions like foreign affairs and public safety?
Well, I think the first thing is that what guided all of the decisions is several factors. One, the best possible people in the roles. We want a cabinet that reflects Canada in all its diversity and grandeur and experience. I don't want a cabinet that just looks like me. That's not a cabinet that supports. That's not a cabinet that you can delegate authorities to. So that's what we're doing. So that's the first. That you bring the cabinet together like that. The second thing is with respect to Canada-U.S. and all aspects, if you will, of the economic and international relations, looking for a combination of experience in the files and bringing new people into the cabinet. I mean, Canadians elected us with a mandate for change. So there is a great deal of change in this cabinet by necessity. That's what Canadians voted for, and new ideas mixed with the experience that we have. So with respect to the U.S., look, we have to be. I'll concentrate my answer on the security and defense side. We are developing. We have a series of choices, both the U.S. and Canada, to make about how we can better manage our border. We think we've made tremendous progress on it. In fact, we have made tremendous progress. But where do we go over the next decade? And then what degree of interoperability do we have in our military in a world that's more dangerous and divided? And so we have big decisions to make there. And you see in both the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Defense deep experience in the government, and I think that's appropriate.
How do you balance the need to bring in new voices while maintaining experienced members of your team?
Well, I sort of drifted into, I anticipated your question, I guess, but I drifted in the answer. You need to balance it. I think that it is a very good question because you should balance it. Part of this is, again, Canadians voted for change, and part of it is bringing in those new perspectives. And, you know, we have half of the cabinet are new members to cabinet. 9 of the 10 secretaries of state are new. I mean, new broadly to a governing role. So there is a tremendous amount of, but that it also means that, you know, half of the cabinet has experience. Perhaps they're in different roles, but they're going to be around the table. And what is crucial, last point, in my view and experience, is how you govern, how you run cabinet meetings, how you run committee meetings, how you delegate authority through the mandates to ministers, so you get the maximum out of that experience and those fresh perspectives. And we intend to have a true cabinet government. Thank you.
We'll have time for one last question. Dernière question. Émilie.
Émilie Bergeron, La Presse Canadienne.
Bonjour, Canadian Press. Hello, Mr. Carney. Why did you feel the need to make space for so many new faces in your cabinet? Is it to draw distinction with Mr. Trudeau's government? Well, as I've just said, Canadians voted for major change, not minor change, but big wholesale change. And that means that you need new perspectives. And you also need to marry that with experience. So currently, my cabinet, with 14 ministers with experience and 14 ministers who have less experience. For me, that's perfect.
We need to balance experience and new perspectives. Canadians voted for big change, not small change. They voted for big change. We're blessed with the trust of many Canadians. We have a big intake of new deputies, lots of different experiences that they're bringing, and so bringing a balance, which is what we have of experience, perhaps in some cases in new roles, but experience as cabinet ministers, and new voices, new perspectives, half and half. For me, it's perfect.
Last follow-up.
Oui, donc, est-ce que vous seriez ouvert
Would you
à
be
permettre au NPD
open
d'avoir
to
la reconnaissance de parti officiel à la Chambre?
allowing the NDP to regain its official party status? It's not a question for Parliament. I've noted that Canadians made their decision. The NDP doesn't have many members, and it's Canadians that decided that.
This puts an end to our press conference. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
And there you have it. Prime Minister Mark Carney now going to his front bench, if you will, going to members of his cabinet, just sworn in this morning at Rideau Hall, shaking the hands of the people that will be supporting him in his first elected mandate. Of course, he had an earlier cabinet just sworn in 2 months ago after securing the Liberal leadership. But having secured his own mandate 2 weeks ago in the general election, this is now the cabinet that will carry him forward. Mr. Carney addressing members of the media after accepting the Governor General's invitation to form a government and after having had his cabinet sworn in at Rideau Hall this morning. Now, the Prime Minister said, as you heard, that he is humbled and honored by this moment and that Canadians elected his government, he says, to build a new economic relationship with the United States, to build a stronger economy for Canadians, to keep Canadian communities safe, and also, he says, to make life more affordable. So to do that, Mr. Carney says this cabinet is, quote, purpose-built to make the tax cuts they promised, to make investments that the Prime Minister has described as nation-building projects for Canada, and to be a strong and reliable partner. These are the words shared by Mark Carney for the provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities in this country. Mark Carney also promising to usher in transformational change for the Canadian economy. Now, as to the Canada-U.S. relationship, of course, that figured large in the last general election. Mr. Carney says key members of his team will be helping along with that file. They will, for example, continue to be Dominic LeBlanc, who has a specific responsibility on the Canada-U.S. relations. Also, the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, as he retains that portfolio. But now added to the mix, Anita Anand, who takes over at Foreign Affairs. This from Melanie Joly, who is now taking over Industry, where Anand was previously. And added to the mix as well are David McGuinty, now the Defense Minister, and Gary Anandasangri, who is the Public Safety Minister, just confirmed this morning and sworn in by the Governor General. So that will be the team that you'll be seeing featured very prominently in the United States at the White House as they make the deals that they need to make to deal with tariffs as well as economic challenges for Canada emanating from the United States. Now, of course, Mr. Carney was asked about his picks, not only those ministers, but also the members of Parliament who he has looked over to be part of his Executive Council. A big name being raised today is Carlos Leitão, who is the former Quebec Finance Minister who won election 2 weeks ago, but he did not make it to cabinet today, even though very few people think he actually ran to become a backbencher. But Mr. Carney says there will be a role for Mr. Leitão in his government, and he is very happy that he is a member of Parliament. So we'll see how that evolves as this government goes forward. You also heard there Mr. Carney being asked about the balance between old and new members, because half of his new cabinet do have cabinet experience, others do not. In fact, many also do not have experience in the House of Commons. So that is something that we'll be watching to see if this mix of both experienced and new members will actually have a positive impact on the government. Mr. Carney, for his part, justifying it by saying Canadians voted for big change, not little change, and Canadians also voted many Liberal MPs who he says have the professional experience to add add to the team, and that is reflected today by what he called the correct mix in his viewpoint, half and half, those with experience, those without. So again, that was Mark Carney with members of his cabinet in front of Rideau Hall addressing members of the media after the swearing in that we saw earlier this morning. And we're now waiting to take you to the foyer of the House of Commons. Let's take a look at that right now, because this is where we are expecting to hear from Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party leader, no longer opposition leader, because he, of course, did not win his seat in the riding of Carleton in Eastern Ontario in the general election. So right now he will have to run in a future by-election in Alberta, is where he will be seeking his seat when that by-election is called. But even without being the leader of the opposition in the House, you cannot be a leader without a seat in the House of Commons. He does remain the Conservative leader, and so we are now waiting for Pierre Poilievre to take to that podium to respond to the cabinet picks made by Prime Minister Carney and to respond to some of the comments that we heard there. And of course, you just saw someone dropping off notes at the podium. You see members starting to move. We're told it's about 2 minutes that we're going to hear from Pierre Poilievre. It'll be interesting to hear what he says. He's only actually spoken once to members of the media. That was last week, to answer about the challenges he currently faces in terms of securing a seat in the House of Commons, the comments that he made to his own caucus about failing to win his seat, although we should point out that dozens of the caucus members of the Conservative Party have been very vocal about their support for Pierre Poilievre, saying that he should stay on as Conservative leader because under his leadership, they argue, Conservatives gained more support than they did in the last election, and in fact gained more than 20 seats since the last election as well. So in fact, Pierre Poilievre did build the Conservative caucus in the House of Commons, even though he failed to win his own seat. They also say that with that type of success in a normal election, it would have been a majority government for the Conservatives. Did not work out this time around, given the crumbling support for both the New Democrats and for the Bloc Québécois. Of course, that vote going over to the Liberals. So that was the last time we heard from Pierre Poilievre answering those issues and those questions. We'll have to see how he will answer today or give comment today on the cabinet that we see before him. Of course, when you look at the Conservative and the Liberal platforms in the last election, there was not a lot of light between policy issues. For example, both parties promising to invest in energy corridors, both parties promising to cut income taxes, as well as relieving the GST on housing, as well as making an investment in the North in terms of Arctic defense and security, and both also making the argument that they would stand for Canada. So not a lot of light between the two parties in the last federal election. Where it seemed to differ, though, according to the polls, was basically Canadians' assessment of the two leaders. Of course, Mark Carney came with his own resume outside of Parliament, although having been the Bank of Canada governor, he'd never been elected to office. Also the Bank of England governor formally, and before that working with the United Nations on environmental investments, as well as working in the private sector. So that was what he brought to the resume, given the challenge that Canadians were facing with Donald Trump talking about the sovereignty of this country, challenging the sovereignty of this country by declaring the 51st state. Essentially, Canadians chose Mr. Carney over Mr. Poilievre as the man to lead in this moment of crisis. But we now have the Conservative leader taking to the podium. Let's take a listen to what Pierre Poilievre has to say about the Prime Minister's picks for Cabinet.
It's a great honor to be a minister. So it's 1 in a million Canadians become a minister, no matter what the party is. It is an accomplishment to be appointed. The Conservatives, of course, takes its role of holding the government to account very seriously by asking questions and by opposing decisions which are bad for Canadians. But this doesn't mean that we will automatically oppose everything the government does, especially when it comes to foreign affairs and negotiations with the U.S. We will defend workers, industries, and Canadian identity as well by working with the government. And when the government acts in the interests of our country, we will support it. we will examine what the government is doing, and when they're right, we'll support them, and when they're wrong, we will oppose those decisions. We want our country to succeed. We want the best for Canada and Canadians. We hope that the government will take the right decisions. We campaigned to restore the promise of Canada for people working hard. Well, they should be able to afford an affordable home in a safe street and a great future, no matter where you come from. If you work hard, you should be able to accomplish your dreams. And to do that, there needs to be change in government policy. This means increasing the purchasing power of everyone by reducing spending, waste, and deficit, and taxes as well. It also means getting rid of bureaucracy so that our businesses can build more affordable homes and develop our natural resources. It means putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians. It also means protecting our streets with stronger legislation and stronger borders. Canadians cannot continue with the same liberal policies which have prevented our young people from buying homes, which have bloated the prices of food, which has risen 37% faster here than the U.S., and which has pushed crime up across the country. In his first press conference, Mr. Carney was convincing on some of these issues. I think now it's time to show whether he's serious about what he said. For the time being, we can't say that things have got off to a good start. The first disappointment is in his cabinet, which contains many of the ministers in the Justin Trudeau cabinet. Stephen Guilbeault, whose radical policies put an end to natural resource development and which made us more dependent on the Americans. Sean Fraser also, he was Minister of Immigration, and he caused the immigration crisis that we're currently going through. Then he was Minister of Housing, and he caused the housing crisis as well. And now we expect him to be the minister that will deal with the crime crisis, also caused by the Liberals. Ms. Freeland also, who racked up huge deficits and raised taxes, and is now forcing us to pay $1 million a week on our deficit. And she's still part of the new cabinet. François-Philippe Champagne, he was Minister of Industry when Canada had the worst economic growth of all G7 countries. And he contributed also to the worst economic record in a generation. He's now heading up the Finance Department. The list continues. Jolie Leblanc Haido Anand, who was president of Treasury Board, and she allowed spending to get out of control. These are the same Justin Trudeau ministers. 13 Justin Trudeau ministers are now in the Carney cabinet. That's not real change that Mr. Carney promised. It's the same old Liberal story when the country needs real change. Even the new ministers in the Liberal cabinet bring with them bad Liberal ideas. Gregor Robertson, for example, he supported the legalization of hard drugs. For example, when he was mayor of Vancouver, there was an increase of 600% in the number of overdoses in Vancouver. He's now responsible for housing, and when he was mayor of Vancouver, he increased taxes on the building of homes by 141%. 141%, and what was the impact of that? The price of housing increased by 149%, and Vancouver became the most expensive city in North America. And now he's the same guy who will be heading up the housing file across Canada. That's amazing. Doesn't make sense. If that's renewal, that Mr. Carney promised. Well, unfortunately, Canadians won't see real change. The Conservatives will continue to demand solutions to the problems facing ordinary Canadians. So we're going to put forward solutions. For example, we will suggest dealing with the housing crisis. The Liberals created. It's not by creating new bureaucracy, it's by eliminating and scrapping taxes and bureaucracy to get homes built. We'll put forward solutions to crime by putting real repeat offenders behind bars. We'll put an end to the drug crisis by putting forward measures to provide more treatment for addicts. We will be proposing caps, firm caps on immigration to reduce population growth and to allow housing, health, and the labour market to catch up. We have to continue to put forward solutions to reduce the cost of living, cutting bureaucracy, red tape, consultants, corporate welfare, to reduce inflation and government inflation. And the most important thing of all is to restore our economic independence by repealing anti-pipeline and anti-development legislation like C-69, by scrapping the carbon tax on our industry, by allowing pipelines to be built, by removing the cap on energy production. This is what's needed to restore economic growth and to become more independent from the U.S. We will defend young people. We'll fight for their future. We'll fight for workers that need better jobs, better wages as well. We'll fight for all regions of Canada to bring a country together. I'm very proud to have led a campaign that encouraged people of all origins, all walks of life, all ages, people who've never voted Conservative in the past to support us. They all want us to fight for them. We have all the resources we need here in Canada. We have everything we need to be the richest country in the world. We can do this if we have the right policies based on common sense, but this won't be possible if a radical change, as the Liberals have proposed, are put in place. Mr. Carney has to change direction, and I think he's listening. Of course, I put forward many ideas over the past 3 years, which have been stolen by the Liberals, but it doesn't make me bitter. In fact, today, I would say to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas if you like. I want you to steal my ideas. I won the debate on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, and on drugs, crime, natural resources as well. I've noticed that the Liberals even copied some of my policies, so we'll continue to put forward the right solutions. And we do hope that the Carney government will agree to listen to our approach. And if they do that, we'll support this type of policy. So every day and in every way possible, we'll fight for our country and for Canadians to give people control over their lives again with abundant and affordable energy, with access to housing, lower taxes, safer streets, and stronger armed forces. This is what we'll do for our country, to put Canada first. That's our goal, and this is what we will do.
In English, by congratulating the new ministers for their roles. It's literally a 1 in a million opportunity. I think they have 40 ministers in total, and there's about 41 million people, so it's literally 1 in a million to be a minister, and a big accomplishment to get to that place. The Conservatives will take our role of holding the government accountable seriously. That doesn't mean we reflexively oppose everything the government does. When it comes, for example, to foreign affairs, if the government does a good job at defending our national interests in negotiations with the U.S., then we will support those efforts. When they're right, we'll stand with them. When they're wrong, we will oppose them. We hope the country succeeds. We want the nation to do well. We ran on the promise of bringing home Canada's promise. A very simple deal that Canada used to provide, which is that anyone who works hard gets a great life in an affordable home on a safe street under our proud flag. And that means boosting the buying power of our workers and seniors by cutting wasteful spending and bureaucracy to bring down taxes and inflation. It means freeing workers and businesses to build more affordable homes and develop resources. It means unleashing investment by cutting and simplifying taxes. It means protecting our streets with stronger laws and borders. Canadians cannot afford more high-spending, high-taxing, over-regulating, out-of-touch Liberal policies that have priced young people out of homes, inflicted crime waves on our communities, driven 2 million people to the food bank, and made life unbearable for too many hardworking and decent people. In his first press conference, Mr. Carney talked a good game about reversing Liberal policies in these areas, but now we have to find out if he was serious. And so far, it's not a promising start. The first disappointment is, unfortunately, his cabinet. He appointed Trudeau's old team and Trudeau's old advisors. Stephen Guilbeault, whose radical green agenda would shut down all future developments in our resource industry, is still the minister responsible for Quebec. Sean Fraser was the immigration minister who caused the immigration crisis, the housing minister who gave us the housing crisis, and now he's the minister responsible for addressing the Liberal crime crisis. It seems like he is the master at failing upward. Chrystia Freeland, who as finance minister hiked capital gains tax and carbon taxes and massively grew our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest, stays in the cabinet. Then there's Gary Anadesangari, the new Minister of Public Safety, who said the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded in, codified in law right now, as in to say that there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, in fact, there's everything wrong, as we see from the growing crime wave on our streets. Then there's François-Philippe Champagne, Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything. And he did it very loudly. But nice guy. I'll give him credit. He's a nice guy. But he was the Minister of Industry, during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the G7. And now he's in charge of the budget. Then there's Joly, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand. Anand was the president of the Treasury Board, during which time the bureaucracy and the consultant bills blew out of control. In all, 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. It's more of the same when Canada needs real change. Even the new additions are problematic. Gregor Robertson was the mayor of Vancouver, who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs, distribution of tax-funded opioids. During his time there, there was a 600% increase in overdoses. Now he's the housing minister. Well, what's his record on housing? Well, he increased housing taxes in Vancouver by 141%, and the result was that housing costs went up by 149%, more than doubling the costs and giving Vancouver, his city, the most expensive housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing. If this is the new blood that Mr. Carney is bringing into the cabinet, then sadly for Canadians, nothing is going to change, and the role of the Conservative Party will be more important than ever. Conservatives will continue to push real solutions. We'll put forward constructive ideas to reverse the housing crisis, make food affordable, and grow our paychecks. And these sorts of things cannot be solved with more bureaucracy and liberal laws. We need common sense results, and that's why Conservatives will continue to push for less spending, less taxes, less inflation, to lock up criminals, remove bureaucracy, speed up home building and resource production. We need to put forward real solutions on crime, for example, to toughen up penalties for repeat violent offenders and end the revolving door of broken bail. We will also demand the government actually impose a real cap on immigration so that we can stop the uncontrolled population growth that has put too much pressure on our housing, job, and healthcare systems. Finally, and most importantly, the only way we get out of this deep economic trouble the Liberals have got us into is by unleashing economic growth. And that means repealing anti-development laws, C-69, the energy cap, the industrial carbon tax, the offshore shipping ban. All of these things need to be reversed so that we can unleash the incredible power of our resources. We need a pro-growth, free enterprise agenda to take us from the worst in the G7 to the best in the G7. We should be the richest country in the world with our resources and our brilliant people, and Conservatives will continue to propose real solutions to make that happen. It's our constitutional duty to hold the government to account, and we will do that. We'll give a voice to all the voiceless, those who have been cast aside, ignored, kicked to the curb, the decent, honorable people whose lives have been turned upside down in the last decade, that feel like they've had, until recently, that they've had no voice. They've asked me to continue to fight for them, and Conservatives are going to be their voice on the floor of the House of Commons. We're proud that we brought together the biggest coalition of Conservatives in history that will all work. We want to make sure that every single person who vested their hopes in us sees us fighting for them every day, even though the final result did not go how we wanted. We want to see dramatic changes, not soft reassurances. We also have an offer to make the Liberals. My message to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. We've got great ideas. And we've been leading the charge on the debate over carbon taxes, inflation, housing prices, crime, drugs, resource development. And I note the Liberals even lifted a few of those ideas and put them in their platform to get re-elected. We want to make sure that they were sincere about that. And we're going to continue to put forward solid ideas to make people's lives better every day. Because our purpose is to bring home the promise of Canada, that everyone who works hard gets a great life, that anyone from anywhere can do anything, where you get a nice, affordable home on a safe street. Every day and in every way, we will fight for our people and our country to put people back in charge of their lives with bigger paychecks, abundant, affordable energy, home ownership, low taxes, safe streets, and a strong military in the country that we know and love, Canada. Thank you.
Do you denounce Alberta? Do you denounce Alberta separatism?
Qu'à l'habitude avec le gouvernement libéral. Qu'est-ce qui explique ce changement
What explains the change of tone, and will we see this change of tone reflected inside the chamber?
I think it was Lincoln who said, "I stand with a man when he stands right." Oh, excuse-moi. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, my language brain is not working today. I think it was Lincoln that said, "I will be with a man when he's I'll support a man when he's right, and I'll vote against him when he's wrong." In the current circumstances, when the government does good things, we'll work with them. But if they make the wrong decisions, we'll oppose. Of course, I didn't agree with Justin Trudeau's agenda and the Liberal agenda in general. And it's quite probable that this will continue. But we also want to make gains for the 8 million people who voted for us and who wanted hope that one day they could afford to buy a home, that they could have affordable groceries and live in a safe communities, and we can make gains for our people. We'll do that. Working with or against the government, depending on the circumstances.
Can you just repeat your answer again in English about your tone, and if we're going to see that in the House as well?
Well, I think it was Lincoln who said, "I stand with a man when he stands right, and I stand against him when he stands wrong." So let's see what the government does. The previous government, to be frank, was a disaster. And so we had every reason to oppose basically everything they did. But here we are, a few weeks after the election, where 8 million people vested their hopes in me to deliver for them. And the best way I can do that is put forward good ideas that will make their housing affordable and their food affordable, let their streets be safe, give them a chance at growing paychecks. So when we put forward good ideas and the government accepts them, then we're going to be celebrating. Where the government acts against the interests of the country, then we will fight tooth and nail to stop them. So we will fight for the 8 million people who voted for us, and we will work with anyone that will deliver gains for those people, because we're in it for them and for all Canadians.
Are you willing to publicly denounce Alberta separatism and the Alberta separatist movement ahead of a possible referendum on Alberta independence next year?
Look, I'm against separation. I'm a born and raised Albertan. I love Canada. I think we need to unite this country. Albertans have a lot of legitimate grievances. I mean, let's be blunt. Canada's biggest industry, which happens to largely be situated in Alberta, has been under attack for the last decade. They've lost two major pipelines, a $20 billion mine. There's a new ridiculous energy cap that's going to drive jobs and production south to the United States of America. There's an industrial carbon tax that's going to kill the industry. And so, frankly, Albertans have a right to be frustrated. And I think the message to the government in Ottawa, the Liberal government, is you can't tell Alberta to just pay up and shut up. Albertans want to be part of a united Canada, but they deserve to be treated with respect, and they deserve to be honored for the immense contribution that they make to this country. And I will be a unifier who works to bring all Albertans to a place where they feel that they are respected and honored in our wonderful country.
The government right now is 2 seats away from a majority government. The NDP has said that they already have some feelers going out from the Liberals to them to poach some of their members of Parliament. Do you have any indication that the Liberals are trying to get any of your MPs to cross the floor?
I do not.
And what are you doing to stop that? Is your tone right now more conciliatory to maybe make sure that you don't have any Conservative MPs who might want to go be with the government?
No.
What message? On the Canada-US file, we're seeing Melanie Joly moved off Foreign Affairs, David McGuinty moved off Public Safety. What impact do you think this will have with the Canada-US relationship? Is it good or bad?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a line of sight on what they were doing before, those individual ministers, or who has really had lead on the file. But what I would say is that we want to get a deal done to end the tariff insanity, to restore stability, and bring about the greatest friendship, restore the greatest friendship that the world has ever known between two different countries.
Melanie Joly, would you like to see her continue in her relationship with the U.S.? I don't have a very strong opinion on this, really. I can't really tell you whether she's able to improve the situation or not. I'm not in a position to tell you that. We'll support the action by the government to get rid of the tariffs and to restore the best friendship between two different countries the world has ever seen. We do hope that there will be a deal. We're optimistic. There are agreements that are starting to come to fruition with other countries, and if the U.S. wants to reach an agreement to allow free trade and stability, which respects our sovereignty at the same time, well, I think that's a step forward, and we'll support that. Thank you very much.
And there you have it. We've been listening to the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, reacting this afternoon to the cabinet choices made by Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Liberal Executive Council having been sworn in earlier today at Rideau Hall. Now, as you heard, Mr. Poilievre began by congratulating the new cabinet ministers, wishing them well, also promising that Conservatives will not reflexively oppose everything the government does, promising to stand with the government if they do well, but also promising to oppose them when they don't. Mr. Poilievre does take issue, though, with some of the choices, arguing that half of the cabinet picks have no experience, the other half are Trudeau retreads, if you will. Former Trudeau cabinet ministers who Pierre Poilievre says cause Canadians great hardship. The Conservative leader was also asked towards the end there about Alberta separation. Mr. Poilievre saying he opposes it and that the focus should be on strengthening Canada, but also said that he believes Albertans have legitimate grievances and have reason to be frustrated. Mr. Poilievre promising, though, to act as a unifier. Of course, in an upcoming by-election, whenever that is announced, Mr. Poilievre will be trying to gain a seat in the House of Commons by running in an Alberta riding. So there you have it. The Conservative leader reacting to the Prime Minister's choices for cabinet. You've been watching special coverage here on the Cable Public Affairs channel. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining CPAC. We bring you back now to regular programming.